coherent and shared forestry programme. We believe it complements work that is being done at the present in Project Woodland, and we have lined up a team of speakers who will address issues like you have seen in the video, but also economic, social and economic aspects of sustainable forest management, wood and non-wood benefits at a time when the world needs trees. I'm delighted therefore to welcome our first speaker to provide a conference keynote address. She is overseeing Project Woodland, which she established last February, and her department, along with other stakeholders, are developing an Irish forest strategy. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Minister of State with responsibility for land use, forestry and biodiversity, Senator Pippa Hackett.
Thank you very much, Donal, and it's just great to be here and really delighted to join this year's annual forestry conference and to provide the keynote address, which I hope will help frame the discussions we'll hear today. I'd also like to compliment the Society of Irish Foresters on the impressive lineup of speakers. It's a great range, and I think that's so important to hear from a variety of views, and I acknowledge and welcome that. And I think, look, the theme of the conference, we hear it a lot about the right tree in the right place for the right reasons, and it's something, I suppose, that it's a simple message, but you know, it's much easier said than done, as we can see. I think that we could, you know, who could argue that this is not the cornerstone of forestry and the vision that we should aspire to, but you know, getting that simple message out and applied on the ground requires a deep knowledge of silviculture, requires a deep knowledge of our environment and the value we place on trees to make the right choices. Today's conference brings together a wide range of speakers who will present the facts that will help us aspire to that vision of building a forest resource grounded in those principles. And we are on the cusp of a new strategy for Ireland for forestry. So it's a really good time to have this discussion. We are fortunate in Ireland to have an excellent climate for growing trees. The question of the right tree can cause much debate and can mean different things to different people. If we want to restore and build back our native forests, we need to examine the surrounding landscapes and establish forests using native species, or indeed allow for some natural regeneration. And there are discussions around those issues too. In Ireland, we see many examples of the historical records of townland and place names dominated by references to woodlands and trees. These records clearly show how important trees have been in the past to Ireland and in the development of towns, and really how this intrinsic part of our cultural heritage, how important that is. Trees, I hope, will be an equally important part of our future. Many landowners over the number of years are restoring native forests, and these will provide important legacies for many generations to come. However, the question of the right tree cannot be taken in isolation, and we need to also know for what reason we want that tree. There is room in our landscape for a wide variety of different types of forests, which can provide a range of ecosystem services and renewable, timber source for timber products. Look, we all know that spruces, firs and pines produce excellent timber for construction. Most houses we live in contain these species in some shape or form. Broadleaf forests can provide excellent timber for furniture and joinery, as well as delivering other ecosystem services and benefits. We need to manage our commercial forests to provide significant opportunities to replace materials such as concrete and steel, and to construct more buildings from wood. And commercial forests of both conifer and broadleaf species do deliver functions when sustainably managed. However, climate change is happening, and we need to future-proof our forests by increasing diversity. Broadleaves and conifers have key roles to play, and with good forest design and species selection can deliver multiple benefits to forest owners and society. In today's presentations, we will see my department outline the wide variety of species that are found in our forest estate. The National Forest Inventory, which takes place roughly every 5 years, provides a wealth of information from species to soil type and information to estimate our carbon stocks. When our pioneering foresters at the start of the last century were faced with a treeless landscape, they experimented with a wide variety of trees and established trees in challenging places, We mustn't lose sight of the fact that a wealth of experience and knowledge has led to the creation of over 770,000 hectares of forests here, covering over 11% of the land area of Ireland. This journey of creating this resource is well recorded in the Society of Irish Foresters records. And from these records, we can see the challenges of establishing trees and the lessons learned. Afforestation targets have experienced many peaks and troughs over the last century, but we must acknowledge that today we actually have the highest level of forest cover in Ireland for over 350 years. However, we must also acknowledge that some of our forests were not planted in the right place, and we need to address these challenges into the future. Creating forests cannot be to the detriment of our environment. In some cases, no tree planting will be the right reason. However, there are significant amounts of land which is suitable for new forests, and we must engage with stakeholders to assess the merits of afforestation to ensure that forests provide a positive contribution to our society. Establishing forests can happen by planting, or we can leave forests to develop naturally when conditions allow. Rewilding and the developing of pioneer woodland has potential as part of the mix of options that we must consider. We will hear later today the important contribution that forests make to removing carbon from the atmosphere and the role they can play in reducing the impacts of climate change. This is certainly an important reason to plant trees. Next month at COP26 in Glasgow, we will see countries come together to accelerate actions towards the goals of the Paris Agreement. The world, as we know, is not on track to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, and collective action is needed to meet this goal. We know that with rising temperatures, vulnerable communities and habitats will be impacted. Species and habitat loss are linked to global warming, and we must strive to reduce emissions and increase removals. However, planting trees for climate change mitigation cannot be at the cost of biodiversity and habitat loss. The Programme for Government and the recently published Climate Action Act sets out the objectives to achieve a climate neutral economy, and forests and land use will play a significant role on that journey. Discussions on the next climate action plan are already well underway and will be published shortly. The Programme for Government also commits to a national land use review, and this review will include farmlands, forests, peatlands, and a whole host of other land uses, and is required to generate optimal land use options to inform all relevant government decisions. The review is jointly chaired by my department and the Department of Environment, Climate and Communications in conjunction with the EPA. And managing and establishing forests must take account of other land uses and cannot act in isolation. I would like to address the recent media reports on carbon ownership, which has caused much debate in recent weeks. My colleague, Minister McConalogue, has provided recent clarity on this issue, and really to reiterate that the state is not seeking to trade or the carbon sequestered in farmers' forests. We are, however, obliged as a state to report and account for all greenhouse gases under our international obligations, and this includes sequestration and emissions from forestry. This does not imply ownership, but simply reflects the requirement for those reductions and emissions to be included in the state's climate inventory. There can, however, be some trading of forest-generated carbon on voluntary markets, which does take place in other countries, mainly for corporate social responsibility reasons by businesses rather than for mandatory compliance. For example, this can be where a landowner partners with a private company who wish to be associated with the environmental benefits of the farmer's forestry and will pay the farmer for this right. This is a voluntary initiative, and the buyer is not claiming ownership of the carbon credits or ecosystem services. It is very clear that the carbon sequestered must not be double counted by the state's reporting and accounting obligations. My own department is at the early stages of exploring opportunities for the development of such a voluntary carbon market in Ireland. This would look at encouraging reductions in emissions and at the same time develop a potential alternative source of income for landowners and foresters. This could be similar to our existing Woodland Environment Fund, which includes a mix of private finance and state funding to pay farmers to establish native woodlands. And this model has worked well, and other voluntary models could follow with similar outcomes. Such carbon farming is highlighted as an option in the EU Green Deal, and the European Commission is examining ways of encouraging activities that remove carbon across sectors, including involvement by the voluntary carbon trading sector. The department will be engaging with stakeholders as options are explored. The ecosystem services that forests provide play an important role in providing public goods and is one of the reasons government continues to provide financial support to encourage the planting of new forests. Making decisions on establishing the right tree in the right place requires detailed knowledge grounded in experience and ongoing research. Research and knowledge are the key to ensuring that we create forests that are resilient. My department has a long track record in funding research in a wide variety of areas, from tree establishment, breeding, harvesting, and climate change. We have also invested in timber research and innovation targeted at promoting the increased use of wood in construction. I must also acknowledge TU Dublin, who have just opened a new 4-year degree course in sustainable timber technology, where students will learn about using wood, which will increase the use of renewable building materials. Knowledge and continuous professional development are important when we make decisions in selecting the right place for new forests we create. We must also acknowledge that in addition to today's themed conference, we could also add in the right management. We know that management can shape the development of forests. Knowledge of silviculture practices are important, and we need to increase the range of management options that we practice. We also need to increase the role of continuous cover forestry and provide options for landowners. Pro-Silva Ireland have done a lot of work in raising awareness of different systems, and the department will seek to expand its current continuous cover forestry scheme in the next forestry programme. The Society of Irish Foresters, with funding from my department, provide an excellent continuous professional development programme, which provides opportunities for members to engage in lifelong learning. Research and knowledge contribute to the delivery of best forest practice, and we must continue to foster learning whenever we can. Before I close, I want to acknowledge the many challenges currently impacting our sector, and I'm working intensively with stakeholders to provide solutions that will make a difference. I've established Project Woodland, and a number of the members here today are members of that group. And we are under that examining a number of areas which will address the backlog in afforestation and felling licence, and also review existing structures and processes. And we are making progress. Our weekly licensing output continues to be high, albeit I would like to see a better mix in the output with more afforestation. And we are working hard to ensure that that happens. My department is also working with stakeholders on developing a new Irish forestry strategy, which will chart the way forward for forestry for the rest of this century. This renewed vision will be grounded in the principles of the right tree in the right place for the right reasons, including the right management. This new forest strategy will be subject to extensive and intensive consultation, which will seek to engage with as many stakeholders as possible to create a shared national vision of what our forests will look like in the future. We have achieved a lot in the last 100 years, and we must now focus on the next part of our journey and manage our forest resources to deliver the many multiple functions they provide. The decisions we make now will define the forests of the future, will increase the use of wood in our buildings and the many public goods they create. So let's continue to work together to build a sustainable future for forestry in Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that wide-ranging address, and also for, by the way, I'd also like to thank your own department for supporting this event today. I won't go through the issues you've addressed here, but I noticed you've taken up the really topical one of carbon trading. And if I could be permitted here, maybe to plug, the Farmers Journal has 4 or 5 pages dedicated to carbon trading and forestry in this week, including the clarification of the recent statements on carbon ownership in Ireland. Much appreciated, Minister, and on behalf of the Society, I'd also like to wish you well with Project Woodland, which we hope we'll be hearing more about in the next weeks and months. Thank you very much, Minister. And so we move to the conference, the first session of the conference, and it's my pleasure to introduce the chairperson for this session, session 1, the right trees in the right places. She is a former president of Antashka and is the current president of the Tree Council of Ireland. She is the author of several books, including Wild Dublin, Our Wild World, and Wild Things at School. A biologist and environmental consultant, she is a regular broadcaster on RTE radio and television. She lectures on sustainable development and writes the popular weekly feature Eye on Nature in the Irish Times, which she has already after a few weeks has stamped her own unique personality on. So ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Éanna Ní Loughnan.
Thank you very much, John, for that fine introduction. I'm still the president of the Tree Council of Ireland. The last time I looked, I still have the chain of office in the car because I'm doing a second session for the current 3 years. So I'm still in office as far as I know. I'm very honoured to be asked to chair this wonderful conference that's been held today. And I was just thinking when Seamus Heaney said the house of the planter is known by the trees, it was a faintly disparaging sort of a remark to make about the attitude of Irish people to trees. And perhaps if he was around today, the house of the planter is known by the trees would include all of us rather than a certain section of the population. So this conference is very timely, coming as it does at a time of climate change, at a time of tree diseases, at a time of reduction of native species being able to be established properly. I'm thinking of ash trees and elm trees. So the right tree in the right place for the right reason is certainly a very apt title to give a conference, and I can't wait to hear what our speakers are going to say. So our first speaker today is John Redmond, and John Redmond is a forestry inspector. He's working with the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine. And in his current role, John has responsibility for the National Forest Inventory and the compilation of forest statistics. Now, John is also involved in the production of the All-Ireland Roundwood Forecast. Now, if we want to ask questions during the sessions, there's a Q&A on the bottom of your screen. And if you click on that, that's where you put your questions. The chat is, I don't know what the chat's for, don't be putting it into chats, put it into the questions and answers, and then we'll be able to address those. So John has 15 minutes to talk to us, and his topic is what we have, an assessment of the National Forest Inventory. It's all yours, John.
Thank you, Éanna. Can I confirm, Éanna, that you can hear me and see the presentation?
I can hear you and I can see your presentation. I can indeed, John. Go for it.
Lovely. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to the Society for inviting me to present at today's conference. The purpose of the presentation is to provide an overview of the forest estate and its characteristics. So to do this, I will present information on from the National Forest Inventory and also on some results from our afforestation scheme. Okay, so the presentation will be in two parts. So the first one, we'll look at the National Forest Estate, and the second part, I will concentrate more on afforestation. So in relation to the National Forest Estate, the development of forest cover in Ireland has, I suppose, a long history. Trees began recolonizing Ireland at the end of the last ice age, about 10,000 years ago, and it's estimated that about 80% of Ireland was covered in trees. The arrival of man, of course, and in particular the first farmers started the clearance of this woodland area, and really in the 16th and early 17th century, significant forest exploitation occurred, and by the early 1700s, all but the least accessible forests had been cleared. And you can see in this chart really here the development from the early 1600s up until present, and it wasn't really until the foundation of the state that forest cover began to increase once again to where it is today at about 770,000 hectares, or 11% of the total land surface of Ireland. If we look at it nationally across the country, I suppose counties with the highest proportion of the national forest area are primarily distributed on the western seaboard. And I'll just turn on the laser here. So the counties here, I suppose Cork, Kerry, Clare, the whole way up along those counties have the highest forest area. But when we look at the counties in terms of the proportion of tree cover, County Leitrim at the moment has the highest proportion of tree cover as a percent of its total land area, and for a long time that was County Wicklow. County Wicklow was the highest percentage of land cover, but in the last National Forest Inventory in 2017, County Leitrim became the highest county. Forest cover, I suppose, in Ireland did decline up until the 1920s, and it wasn't really until the Forestry Act was commenced in 1928 that further decline was halted. Afforestation levels have remained quite low up until the 1950s, but at that point, due to state investment, the level of afforestation in the public sector really took off. Okay, and it was really, the state was involved primarily up until the early 2000s. Okay, but private afforestation started to contribute then in the mid 1980s, really with the first support scheme, the Western Package Scheme. It was the first real scheme that made an impact in terms of private sector afforestation. Just we'll have a look here at forest ownership over from 2006, and at the moment, forest ownership it's quite even. It's 49% private and 51% public. Okay, so over a short space of time, really from the mid 1980s, there's been a huge turnaround in the distribution of ownership within the forest. And I'd say when we finish the next NFI in later this year, the private forest estate will become the dominant forest owner in the state. In terms of the composition of the total forest area, I suppose in the slide here, there's a lot of information presented in it, in the table. But really what I'd like people to see is that the majority of the forest area is considered stock forest land that has 3 species present. Okay, so 87% of the total forest area is stock forest land. But there is also some forest open area at 11%, and there's temporarily unstocked areas, which are areas that have been felled and awaiting replanting. And those areas are also very, I suppose, important, particularly the forest open area, where features such as setbacks from roads, rivers, archaeological features are very important. When we look at the species composition of the National Forest Estate, conifers represent 62% and broadleafs 25%. And when you look at the conifer species in terms of which ones are most significant, it's primarily Sitka spruce is the most common conifer tree species present. And I'll come back to this tree species in a while and just look at the development of species over time. In terms of tree species diversity, we often hear a lot of talk about monocultures in the National Forest Estate, but it is important to realise that there is quite a lot of diversity out there. And in this chart here, I've broken down the forest estate into 3 different ownership types. So we have the public estate, the private grant-aided estate, which are those forests established since 1980, and then there's the private other estate. So the private other estate are those, I suppose, areas of semi-natural and native woodland, primarily on farms, and also the older estates. So as Anna referred to earlier, the House of the Planter, I suppose, will be included in these areas here. But you can see in the slide here that nearly 3/4 of the estate have 2 or more tree species present, and in particular I suppose the private other category, which are those semi-natural or native woodlands, have a lot more tree species diversity within them. Like there is a wide range of tree species in Irish forest, and it's ultimately influenced by the site characteristics on where those forests are found. And this is something that given the large proportion of peats that are present in this state, in the forest estate, there is some limitation on tree species diversity. And in this slide here, again, I'm looking at the different ownership types, but I just want to show people the different soil types that are present within the forest estate. And the 2 main categories here that I'd like people to keep an eye on are the peats up the top here. Okay, so there's umbotrophic peat and minerotrophic peat. So the umbotrophic peats are your blanket peats, and the minerotrophic peats are the raised peats, your more midland type peats. And overall, those peats account for 40% of the national forest estate. All right, so the balance then 60% is on mineral soils. And you can see here that the big difference, I suppose, between the private and the public estate are the amount of mineral soils, and in particular groundwater glaze are more significant in the private estate. Okay, so it's ultimately, when I suppose foresters talk about tree species, the soil type is also very important. And it's a topic I'll come back to later on again, is soils, when we look closer at the afforestation aspect. In terms of forest age, the majority of the estate here is less than 20 years of age. Okay, so nearly half, 45% of the estate is less than 20 years of age. And the private grant-aided estate, which is in the purple, ready purple here, is predominantly less than 30 years of age. So planted from the mid-1980s onwards primarily. And the public estate is more evenly distributed across the age classes, as is the private non-grant-aided estate. And this, I suppose, the maturing nature of the forest estate is reflected in the growing stock volume. So in 2006, I suppose when we talk about growing stock volume, what I mean is that I suppose the volume or the biomass that's represented within those trees. So as foresters, we refer to it as cubic meters. Okay, so it's the amount of timber that's growing in the forest. So in 2006, it was 72 million cubic meters, and in 2012 it was 98 million cubic meters, and in 2017 it increased to 117 million cubic meters. So over time, the growing stock in the forest has been increasing, and this is really reflected in as well the All Ireland Roundwood forecast, which was published earlier this year, and it's estimated that roundwood supply from the forest will increase from 4.9 million cubic meters in 2021 up to 35 million, up to 7.9 million cubic meters by 2035. Okay, so there's going to be a huge increase in the volume that's harvested from the forest estate in the coming years, and that will be reflected in I suppose increased activity in terms of road building and harvesting and other operations such as reforestation as well when the forest cycle gets to start again. Just to move on to the second part of the presentation, where I'm going to look at afforestation, and really I want to return here to the aspect of species composition, and just really look at the development of species over time. So by looking through the old, I suppose, planting returns and records that have been recorded, I've charted here the proportion of broadleaf versus conifer afforestation from 1933 up until the present day. And during the 1930s and 1940s, conifer afforestation was approximately about 90% on average. But from the 1940s up until the 1990s, broadleaf afforestation was really at a low point at approximately representing 4% of all afforestation. And it wasn't until the private grant-aided afforestation came about that there was an increase really in broadleaf species being included in the afforestation program. And I suppose that's as a result of the better quality land that came about, and also because of the various afforestation schemes and the advent of a grant and annual premium as well for landowners. So you can see here in the chart that I suppose from 1993 to present, 24% of the afforestation has been with broadleaf tree species and 76% with conifers. Just to delve into a little bit more detail on this chart. Now there's a lot of colors going on here, but I just wanted to show people really a little bit more granular information in terms of the species compositions from 1933. So a range of conifer species were planted in the 1930s and the 1940s. So you had species like Sitka spruce was planted, but you also had larch, you had Norway spruce, you had Scots pine. So there was quite a diversity of species being planted. And I suppose from the 1950s onwards, confidence grew in species such as Sitka spruce and lodgepole pine, and that led to their dominance in the afforestation program at the time. And it was also reflecting of, I suppose, the unenclosed lands that were being afforested at the time, the Western peats. So you had quite a lot of lodgepole pine being afforested here during this time period. And it's visible as well when you look at the, I suppose, I'm coming back to soils here. When we look at the soil types again, this chart, what I'm looking at here is the afforested area. Okay, so I'm not looking at the total forest area, so it's just the areas that have been afforested. And on the lower axis here, it's the age class. So this is the age of the afforested lands. And we can see here, if we just look at the peats again, so those forests that are less than 10 years of age, 30% of those are on peats. Okay, but when we look at the older forest, then the 11 to 20, it's increasing up to 35, and then we're up to 45, and we're up to over 70% on peats here with the 31 to 40-year-old forests. So basically, over time, the amount of peat that is being afforested has been decreasing, and in particular the ambotrophic peats. So those blanket peats, primarily the Western peats. The amount of minotrophic peat has remained quite static, and I suppose that's really it's not untouched basin peat that's being planted, but it's basin peat that had been reclaimed for agricultural purposes. Just another chart here, lots of colors again, but I just want to make two points here on this chart. It's the afforestation of private lands only, okay, from 2006, and two big things happened here. One was in 2011 when the first real disease hit us, and that was Phytophthora ramorum in Japanese larch. Okay, so you can see it here in 2010, and the subsequent removal of that species from the afforestation program occurred. And then 2 years later, we had ash dieback. Okay, so that again was then removed from the afforestation program, and was I suppose a big hit in terms of species diversity. And the ground, I suppose, that was lost there was really taken up by spruce. Okay, so it's it had a big impact, those two diseases, on in terms of the species diversity being afforested. One thing to look at is I suppose in recent times is the resurgence in native woodland afforestation. And in 2015, the department brought in two separate afforestation categories for native woodlands, and they have I suppose in 2019 the area in 2020 the area established in the afforestation program is represented by 20% native woodlands. Okay,
I have to hurry you up here now. You're coming to the end of your time there, John.
Yeah, thank you. Just one more slide after this one.
Please, thank you.
But one point on this as well is the success of the Woodland Environmental Fund, and that's what I'm presenting here to show. This is where landowners are receiving additional support from businesses to assist with the afforestation of native woodlands. So over from 2019 to 2021, you can see here the area that has received support under the Environmental Woodland Fund. So it's an important support. One last slide here in relation to afforestation applications. So there's three things I just want to point out here. In the blue lines represent here are the applications that are received. So from 2009 to 2021, there's been 175,000 hectares of applications received for afforestation. Okay, and the red line represents the areas which have received technical approval for afforestation. So there was 140,000 hectares deemed suitable for afforestation and received approval. But of that area that received approval, only 70,000 hectares were afforested. So you can see the green line here, green bars here are quite static in around 6,000 hectares. And I suppose one important point to outline here is from 2013, there has been a steady decline in the demand for the afforestation scheme. And I suppose this is before anything happened with the licensing crisis, you know, this demand, continuing the reduction in demand for the afforestation scheme. So like, I suppose Project Woodland is looking at initiatives to tackle the current licensing backlog and the licensing, and to improve the licensing process. But I think it's very important as well that we look at ways through Project Woodland with the new strategy and the new forestry program to encourage more afforestation into the future. So just to conclude, last slide, there's been a significant increase in forest cover over a short time. Species composition is a function of the resources and the policy at the time. Private ownership is set to overtake the public sector. The growing source of roundwood from the afforestation to date has provided a valuable source of material for the processing sector. And just future afforestation, the work of Project Woodland and the new forest strategy will be central to the development of a new forestry program by 2023. And that is it. Thank you, Anna, and apologies for going over time.
Thank you very much for that, John. I presume you can all hear me again.
Yes.
And you know, the proceedings of this conference are going to be published because all of your slides and with tables on them are very informative. So it would be great to get that written down in paper in front of us to be reading it. Now, our next speaker then is Niall Farrelly. And Niall Farrelly is a research forester with Teagasc Forestry Development Department, specialising in research on forest productivity, management, land use and resource analysis. He's the joint author of Land Availability for Forestry. His recent programs focused on how environmental factors and forest management practices are affecting the productivity, composition and structure of our forest ecosystems. So his topic today is land availability in achieving the government's 8,000 hectare annual programme. So over to you, Niall. Good luck.
Good morning, everybody. Just to check, Anna, can you hear me and see my presentation?
Well, I can hear you. I don't see any presentation yet. I can see you though. You're lovely.
Okay. Let me see what I need to do here.
You share your screen, I suppose. Press your green
yes,
button.
Share the screen. Okay.
Good. You have it going now, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody here this morning. And I'd like
Niall, may I just interrupt for a moment? We are actually seeing two screens, your preview and your, that's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you see that?
That's perfect now.
Okay. Sorry for that delay. I'd like to thank the Society of Irish Foresters this morning for asking me to speak, and the title of my presentation this morning is Land Availability and Afforestation Potential in Ireland. This is an ongoing piece of work I've been involved in starting since the year 2000, actually, when I started mapping soils and forest potential way back in the days in Concealy with Mike Bulfin. So there's kind of a bit of a labour of love here. So just to start off the presentation, I'm going to focus on why we should plant trees, what are the drivers, and how the drivers have maybe changed over the years. The importance now of environmental goods and services. Just very briefly, a historical perspective of forestry, and also I'm going to focus then on where we can plant. You know, there's been a lot of land which may be unavailable, and where we can actually plant these trees for future forests. And also I'm going to just focus briefly on what tree species we can plant. Okay, afforestation is part of, in Ireland, is not unique. It's part of a worldwide global effort to increase forest cover, largely driven by climate change mitigation strategies. The slide I'm showing there illustrates, the programs, the large scale programs that are going on, include the Bond Challenge, which people may be familiar with. It's to upgrade degraded forests across Europe and the world. In China, an area of the size of Ireland is being planted every year. So that if we think we had a large program during the 1990s, think of what we have in China, and also the 3 Trillion Trees Initiative. So there's a lot of afforestation. It's considered as a land use strategy, both in restoration and also climate change mitigation, and also in the provision of ecosystem services. So we're not unique in that regard. In terms of forests, I'm going to focus really on the drivers, the key drivers, and again, we talk about climate change and the importance of forests in the carbon cycle, and what benefit this brings to society. Well, trees are a key mechanism to absorb and store carbon. They're by far, other than the oceans, they're by far the greatest strategy which mankind can actually use from changing its land use to sequestering carbon. Okay, just to illustrate there, we obviously get the sequestered CO2 from the atmosphere stored in carbon in the products, and the O2 is released. There is a huge amount of carbon, of course, stored in the forest soils. This is why deforestation is a key measure which we should avoid. And also building up that soil carbon storage over time is very important. I want to draw your attention to the Teagasc-Mac curve, which was published in 2016. The Mac curve shows the land use change options which are available in Ireland to mitigate carbon dioxide emissions. And you'll see in the graph there, people may have seen this graph, forestry is highlighted in pink, and it is by far the largest mechanism we can avail of as part of our obligations under the Paris Agreement. And also it's quite an efficient measure, forestry, because the cost per ton is quite low. And once you can see a dashed line there at 50 euros a ton for carbon. So once carbon increases, the global price of carbon increases past 50 euros a ton, forestry becomes very, very beneficial, or it's very, very economically viable. So we're approaching that actually very much at the moment. I just want to focus on deforestation and land clearance here. Again, while we had a country 80% forest cover, and it has been cleared over successive generations, primarily by settlers, and then by the Tudors and the the intensification of agriculture over time, it doesn't necessarily mean that 80% of the country is suitable for tree planting. So we have the deforestation, we have the early settlements of monastic settlements, which are causing a blip in forest cover, and then we have the shipbuilding and the charcoal production in the 16th centuries. And the reason why we see a lot of evidence of forests across the landscape, anybody who goes out and looks at one of the peat harvesting sites will see any amount of bog deal. So look, forests, and there has been a lot of evidence of pollen sedimentation right across the landscape. So we know that we were once a very forested country. Again, we can see the preponderance of townlands with the name Derry, which is oak in Gaelic and Irish, and then the woodlands, which existed around the 1600s. Again, primarily around river valleys, etc., which may have hastened the demise of these woodlands as they were logged to go down the river. Okay, we faced this situation in about 1900, so a very, very low forest cover, critically low, 1 to 1.25% of the land covered in trees. And, the first studies of land availability were in the late 1900s, and they were carried out by the British, by Gladstone actually, and there was estimates of land of 600,000 hectares of wasteland suitable for forestry. And these were followed up by studies by early studies such as the Cameron Report in 1950. And you can see on the slide there is the early map of where potential areas for forestry. Further studies included the Bolton study in 1987, and then the land availability for afforestation, which was the Coford 2015 report. And the estimates range from 0.5 million hectares to 1.5 million hectares of suitable land for afforestation. So, 10% of the land area in Ireland is roughly 700,000 hectares. So it gives you an idea that if we were to increase to 15%, we'd need 1.2 million hectares of land. And again, these studies were mainly focused on siting forestry in areas which wouldn't impact on agricultural production. So we come to the critical question of what land is suitable for forestry in Ireland. Well, if we take the land area of Ireland and the land use study, we see an area roughly about 7 million hectares. And this is, we can progressively go through the reduction of the land area owing to land being occupied by other uses. Water for one, you can't plant trees on water, or you can't plant trees with near water courses. So the water resource is a very important resource that has to be deducted from the 7 million hectares. Again, we have urban areas and we have towns and cities. We can't plant trees on concrete. We probably could have some trees in parkland in urban areas, but for the most part, this potential for forestry is quite low. And again, we have once-off developments and we have setback distances for houses throughout the country. We have the environmental designations, such as the Natura 2000 sites. We have acid-sensitive areas. We have freshwater pearl mussels, which are environmentally sensitive. And these are all taken into consideration in the analysis. So at the end of the analysis, we found this was the Coford analysis in started in 2012 actually, and then finished in about 2014. It was a Coford Land Availability Working Group. So the area not suitable for planting is 3.24 million hectares, and the area suitable for planting is 3.75 million hectares. If we talk about, just want to focus on that area, 3.75 million hectares. That land is predominantly in agricultural use. And we talk about a climate smart land use. And we've got productive land, which is in the dark green there. This land is predominantly used for agricultural use. The usage is to produce or for dairy production, for cattle production, tillage, and sheep use, and there's some mixed livestock systems. So it's predominantly in agricultural use, intensive or semi-intensive use. It's a breadbasket effectively of the country. If you look at the marginal land, the land is 1.3 million hectares outside of designated areas. And we see this is divided into 3 categories. One which is extremely limited, which is a small pocket of land. The very limited, which is has constraints of altitude and slope, which is about 450,000. And then we have the limited land use class, which is about 820,000 hectares, which has drainage, soil drainage issues in terms of heavy soil. That study was completed in 2015. So there's been a number of issues which have occurred since 2015, and also some of the data sets that were available for the study back in 2012 which were used in the study, led to some limitations in the study. So, for example, setback distances from houses weren't included, hedgerows weren't included, the impact of the unenclosed land removal wasn't included, and also the impact of a field level scale, a local level scale on the forest land availability. So the questions are, is that land still available, or is there any update on it? So I set about conducting a new study, which is 1,000 random points across Ireland. And each point was classified into its suitability for forestry, bringing all the other constraints back in the 2012 study back into the study, and new constraints. I followed the afforestation guidelines from the Forest Service and the codes of practice, and it's based on a field scale of 1 to 2,500. And then I tried to assess the suitability of that land for the species, and I'll come to that later in the presentation. So of the land that's likely to be unavailable for forestry, we see the land that's biophysically unavailable. That has increased from the initial study. And again, these are only preliminary estimates. They're based on 1,000 points. So the reliability is probably is uncertain. But the impact of the buildings across the landscape and the setback distances is quite large. It's much larger than originally envisaged. You can see there that the land biophysically unavailable, we can't plant trees in existing forests. Also, what I found of interest was the impact of hedgerows. So we have quite a lot of hedgerow systems in Ireland, about 250,000 hectares. So that's encouraging. And also we have a certain amount of trees outside of forest scrub, which are not part of the forest managed land definition. Also, we look at the land that's biologically unsuitable for planting. That's 1.13 million hectares, and that's included. You can see there in the second graph. It's composed of primarily the major factor there is unenclosed bogland, and then there's some areas, small areas of coastal dunes, some area rocky outcrops, etc., stone walls, some archaeological features. So the land that's potentially available with this revised study, and again, there's certainly uncertainty limits associated with these figures. We have 2 million hectares of fertile, well-drained mineral soils, which are broken down there into the soil use category. 1 to 3 initially, which is 1 is a very wide use, very fertile soils. And then we have the heavier mineral soils, which have more limitations for agriculture, and they are category 4 and 5. They're limited and very limited. While there's potential to that 3 million hectares, there are multiple competing land uses, including agricultural production, as I've said before, and where, you know, the production of food versus fiber debate. The arable crops occupy nearly 400,000 hectares of that land. There are permanent pasture, which is
Yeah, we're coming up to the time. You have to be winding up now. Your time is coming.
Yeah, I have two more slides.
2 more slides, great.
Yeah. Okay, so you get an impact of and of course the environmental constraints. These are designated areas for the protection of Natura areas, etc. So now this is an important slide actually here. This is a slide which shows the income foregone by choosing forestry as a land use option. So if land is, this is a work conducted by the Teagasc Economics Department here by Mary Ryan, which indicates that forestry planting on soil codes 1, 2, and 3 generally results in a loss in income over traditional agricultural activities. So you can see the impact of loss of income by planting forestry. Soil gets better. There's a loss in income associated with planting forestry. What are the soils in the categories? Again, we've in category 4 and 5, and a focus on category 4 and 5. We've diverse soils. You know, heavy soils. There are pockets of better soils. And then finally, the species options for these areas. Obviously, with the better land, which is we have a much wider diversity of species which could potentially be planted. Diverse species, 75%. Riparian options and mixed species crops, so that the options are quite diverse. On the more limited land, we have about 60% conifers, diverse, and other species are about 30%. So finally, I just want to finish on the graph that the importance of planting trees for future generations. And it's not without its challenges, but I think there's certain opportunities there as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Niall. I'm unmuted again. Great. Again, this will all come out in the publications of the seminar, so we'll have all these graphs to peruse on with great. So there's not all that much land for the whole country is not available to be planted, despite what people might think. So we move on to the next speaker now, who is Stuart Goodall. And Stuart Goodall has over 30 years experience in the forestry sector, the first 17 with the Forestry Commission, where his roles included briefing ministers and representing UK interests at European level. He joined CONFOR, the Federation of Forest Industries, when it was established in 2004 as head of policy. He was appointed CEO in 2007 to lead the organisation, which represents forestry, wood processing and related businesses throughout the UK. So Stuart's topic is achieving a balanced afforestation programme, balancing the scales for productive forestry. You have 15 minutes and I'll be watching the clock, so off you go. Now you'll have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
That should be me.
That's your brand. Yeah. I can hear you well. Yeah, great.
Thanks. Okay, thanks very much for the invitation to speak here today, just to give us perspective from the UK on how we see achieving a balanced afforestation programme in the 4 countries of the UK. So hopefully, next slide. Right. The graph on the right is a graphic.
Stuart, sorry, this is Teresa. Sorry to interrupt you there, but just that we can't actually see your slides if you're running a slide.
Right. We'll see if I can change that. Yeah, it should be. Apologies.
It's okay.
Share screen. Is that it working now?
Yes, it's coming in. 1 second. That's perfect now. Perfect. Thanks, Stuart.
Thanks. Apologies for that. Right. So the graphic on the right is something we put together, which just to give a representation of all the benefits that we see from modern forestry. Basically to help us tackle the perceptions that still linger within the UK that planting trees to produce wood is only about one thing. It's about timber and it's about profit. Whereas we all know that if we plant forests to good design using modern standards, they can deliver many benefits. What's been interesting recently in the UK is we've had a survey that's a regular survey that takes place of public attitudes. And 83% of people in the UK support the planting of a lot more trees, according to that opinion survey. But the debate becomes much more heated about what kind of trees should be planted and for what objectives. And there's quite a difference here between the different countries of the UK. And partly, I think, because of the questions that are asked. There's been a long-term time series for these questions, which have primarily been focused on planting and in some cases producing wood for timber, etc. Whereas, and that time series has continued in Scotland. But when we look at England and Wales, there's been an introduction of much more or many more questions around public access, leisure, benefits, biodiversity. And it's difficult to disentangle how people respond to individual questions, the things that they're asked, and what they actually feel. but it does appear to reflect popular opinion, in particular in places like England and Wales, where there's a perception that native broadleaf trees are seen to be good for people and environmental reasons, whereas productive conifers are not, and plays into that perspective that it's about timber for profit. Those misconceptions are firmly rooted in the forestry practices of the last century, but they've proven very hard to shift. And so we have to do quite a lot of work to try and understand attitudes and how we can change those attitudes. But also, we're looking at ways in which we can do that. And the point about planting the right trees in the right place for the right reasons, for us, is we use as an attempt to try and create that dialogue, that discussion, so that we can get people away from a simplistic binary broadleaves good, conifers bad, into a discussion about reasons for planting and the benefits for that. And from that, we've had some success in certainly north of the border in Scotland, in getting people to appreciate what the benefits of modern forestry are. So hopefully we'll be moving forward. Here we go. So the reasons for planting trees, I mean, climate change has been mentioned already, and that's clearly something which is very relevant. There is a wide acceptance that planting trees is a positive thing to achieve climate change mitigation. There's a good understanding around the fact that planting a tree will lock up carbon, much less understanding about what happens once you've planted the trees, the benefits of continuing to manage them and how those trees may be used. We have quite a lively dialogue in the UK, or discussion around which is best for best for carbon. Is it native broadleaf versus productive conifer? And it's quite common to hear statements from environmental organisations that we should plant native trees because they are better for carbon storage. Part of the difficulty is that it depends how you frame the question or frame the point that you're trying to make. We had the head of Natural England, who, the environmental agency in England, give evidence to the Westminster Parliament a few weeks ago to say that broadleaves are better for carbon storage than conifers. But his reference point, from what we could see, is if you plant trees and then just leave the trees on that ground, you never harvest them, and then you have a time frame which is not decades but perhaps 150, 200 years, then in that time frame there's more carbon on that site. But given that what we're looking at is how we remove atmospheric carbon, then that's not true, and all the evidence states that that we've seen and that we can see from official sources from forest research is that because conifers grow more quickly, they will lock up carbon more quickly. But also, it's really important for us to look at the time frame that we're aiming for. We're talking about net zero by 2050. And in that time frame, all the evidence is very much that carbon is best locked up by fast-growing conifers. And we can then also, as we have with the graphic on the left, start to look at the benefits that come from that forest and the downstream benefits from it. It was interesting that Bangor University in Wales did a study which was published in Nature Online in the summer. And I think off the top of my head, the figure was over 100-year time frame that a productive conifer forest would lock up 269% more carbon than a native woodland planting in that time frame. And then over shorter time frames, the relationship, that percentage was very different. So looking at the right tree principle, here again is a way for us to talk about those different elements. I think what would be cautious, and I'll keep coming back to that in the presentation, is that what we are don't become obsessed by one particular benefit. forestry, to coin a phrase, is not a one-trick pony. But if we can improve public's awareness of the benefits of productive trees, beyond mitigation, the planting and the wood use, it's important. And I think it's important that society, people have the information available to them to ensure that we're making the right decisions. So this is the report I referred to in Nature. I'm not intending to describe this, we don't have enough time for that, but because this information is available online and you'll be able to see these slides, this presentation afterwards, I would encourage you to look at that as a source of robust evidence. We look at building the economy. I mean, green recovery from the impacts of COVID-19 are hugely important. We've got to be able to decarbonize other parts of the economy. So as well as having a forest and timber economy, we've got huge amounts of carbon being emitted by the construction sector, something like 18% globally, if you look at carbon and steel. And the energy sector as well has obviously been a target for decarbonisation. And there's huge opportunity here and in Ireland to be using more wood. And by using wood from the point, just seen around locking up carbon, but also replacing carbon heavy materials like steel and concrete, there's a real opportunity to be developing a green economy and using the recovery process from COVID-19 to make a step change towards a low carbon economy. And we're seeing phrases in the UK such as build back better and low carbon economy. And certainly we are doing what we can to raise awareness of the benefits of using timber with some success. It's also important that we tackle significant misconceptions around biodiversity and modern forestry. One of my personal frustrations is that every time I appear to talk to somebody new in government or a different conference or whatever, I still get this presentation that, well, if we want to promote, protect biodiversity, then of course that's all about native trees. And that if we have modern productive forestry with conifer and native trees in it, that's going to be a compromise, and that we won't get the same biodiversity. And there's a surprising lack of research in this area, both of the benefits of productive forestry, incorporating conifers, and about the comparison of those benefits. And so we commissioned some work which was published last year in this report, which is on our website, looking at the biodiversity benefits of modern forestry associated with forests for wood production. And we looked at everything from the forests that were planted in the last century, so the ones which were planted with the least biodiversity considerations in mind, how those are now being adapted to bring them up to modern standards, also looking at modern forestry planting, and also the benefits of native woodlands, unmanaged native woodlands, of which there are an awful lot in the UK, and bringing them into management to produce wood. And there is a very strong correlation between managing and producing wood and biodiversity, which, as foresters will realize, it makes sense, light, space, all these things, active management. We're not in a position where we have many ancient woodlands which have their own ability to perform in optimally biodiversity terms. So we require that engagement and that management. But I think what the research showed us is that there is actually huge biodiversity benefit associated with forests. Sometimes different types of species, fauna and flora, will flourish more in certain forests than others. but overall, there is significant benefit, and that benefit has been increasing even from the forests we planted last century. As those are now being restructured, the biodiversity benefits are increasing significantly. And we were very careful about this, because what we didn't want to do was end up getting into a big mud fight. But it is quite, there's a very strong case to say that modern managed productive forests deliver as much in biodiversity number terms as an unmanaged native woodland does, and perhaps more. And while we need all these different types of woodland to make sure that we deal with all the biodiversity, which is important, there is definitely, for me, this report completely knocked on the head what I consider to be a completely false argument, that there is this big trade-off between productive forestry for timbering and carbon and native woodland for biodiversity. It's much more complex than that, and much more opportunity to have both. We're also very keen on how we look at trees and how they support jobs and a strong economy. And what's really significant in the UK is that forestry takes place in rural areas. No surprise there. From the planting, the management, the harvesting, the processing, overwhelmingly rural areas. And rural areas in the UK are still often, many of them are left behind areas. Of course, there are very wealthy rural areas in southern England, for example. But many other parts of northern England, of Wales, of Scotland, there are areas of where you could say they've been left behind economically. And there are also areas where there is opportunity to plant more, where we do have unmanaged woodland, where forestry, quite simply, is providing well-paid jobs. And the way I simply characterize it is that if you have a farmer in the uplands of southern Scotland and northern England who's basically living in poverty and relying on subsidy in order to be able to make a surplus at the end of the year, because the land they have is poor for sheep, and the markets aren't great. And then you look at the value from that land when it's under modern forestry, it's completely night and day in terms of the financial return, but also the number of people working in that forest on an ongoing basis compared to working on the farmland itself. The one question that we have to address is the fact that if you have that land with an occupant, there's a farmer on it, then clearly that's a person fixed there. And while there may be many more people working on that area of land over time in forestry, it's important that those jobs are also local. Otherwise, there is a real issue of potential rural depopulation. I think what's really important for us is what we're seeing is as forestry is growing and expanding across the UK, there are more people who are working locally, and the idea of itinerant labour moving around between different areas is becoming far less, because we've got that scale of activity within these areas. And therefore,
good, and we're going to have to wind up now. Your time is coming to an end.
Oh, I've been far too, problem I have, I get too carried away.
So if you can wind up now, that would be good. Thanks. Yeah.
Right, I will zip through these slides very quickly. So this basically is just a comparison of where forestry is and where there is real interest in England in a levelling up agenda, which is supporting rural areas. And hopefully you'll be aware of the benefits for sheep planting for farming. So as well as this here talking about diversification. So for flood protection as a source of income, and the well-being agenda, where COVID-19 has shown us the benefits of being out in the forest. So there's a real benefit there, but also people like to have wood around them. So we're seeing the benefits of using timber more in buildings. and the fact that there are studies which show that buying in a timber wood environment, people's heart rates are actually lowered. And I think the key thing here, I think, as I was just focusing on earlier on, is understanding what's important to people, but getting that message out there that it's not just wildlife stress, it's the local economy. And the challenges we face are that that's still relatively low within the UK. But as we can see here, in Scotland, where we've been able to develop a lot of information and communicate well through the media, there's a real understanding in the top left-hand corner about the benefits of local economy, whereas the message, where it's less clear and is less understood in the public, within Wales, for example, that's a much lower issue. They're not as important to the point I was making in this presentation, but I would encourage you to have a look at what the progress is on afforestation taking place in each of the countries, which is in those slides. And just to wrap up, we still see a lot of resistance to productive tree planting, and looking at the right tree in the right place and having that dialogue allows us to tackle those misconceptions, mistaken views. And we've also got to be aware about the longer term. We're the second largest net importer of timber in the world in the UK. The world is using more timber. We need to take responsibility and produce more of our own wood. And by communicating that, we will hopefully see more public support for that, and using that right tree, right place for the right reasons message for that. So hopefully I haven't taken too much extra time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Stuart. That was extremely interesting to have a comparison between Ireland and Great Britain. And our next speaker will say more of this for us now, because our next speaker is Marina Conway. And Marina graduated from UCD with a degree in forestry in 1996 and a master's in ag science. And Marina worked with Western Forestry Co-op for 10 years before emigrating to work in New Zealand. And she returned to take over as CEO of the Western Forestry Co-op, where she works on a wide scale of projects, including afforestation, harvesting, sustainable forestry management, climate change, forest carbon, and wind farm consultancy. So Marina, you're going to tell us the right trees, native and introduced. 15 minutes, off you go.
Thanks very much, Aina. Can you see the presentation?
I can indeed. You have it up and all ready to go. Good woman.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. And yes, you're definitely keeping us on our toes here, so I'm going to go through this as quick as I can.
I know you're fine. Yeah, just
hope I could get it all covered. Okay, so the right trees, native and introduced. I think that the topic, the right tree, is a topic that is as broad as it's long. You can ask who is the right tree for. As a nation, we want more trees planted, and this is endorsed in our government policy. And we need more trees, and we need more farmers to plant trees. So how do we get the right tree in the right place for them? So that's something that I'm going to try and explore just in this 15 minutes, is very much from a farmer's perspective, a landowner's perspective, about the right trees, native and introduced. So when we discuss the right trees, how do we define the right tree in the right place? We'd have to go back to the 3 pillars of sustainability, that they're environmentally appropriate, socially beneficial, and economically viable. Environmentally appropriate with relation to soil and water protection, with relation to biodiversity, enhancing biodiversity, creating new biodiversity, protecting existing biodiversity, carbon sequestration. We all know trees are very good at sequestering carbon, and they have much more benefits in displacing energy intensive materials, as well as being used as a fuel alternative as well. And that the trees will fit into the landscape, that they enhance the overall landscape that they are in, that they're socially beneficial with regard to employment. As we know, forestry nearly always occurs in rural areas, and it's very important for rural employment, that they generate an income, not only for the landowner, but that the income that's generated from the people who work in forests and for the landowners is then spent in the local communities, and it adds to the local communities. And rural recreation, As well, we all know from the recent lockdown how important our forests have been to us, that the amenity and recreation value of them can't be overlooked. And the open forest policy that we have in our forest estate is really important to us. But the majority of these forests as well are productive forests, and I think that needs to be acknowledged. And rural development, that they will add to the local communities, that they're economically viable with regard to a return again for the forest owner, that they produce timber. There's a very important supply chain from the growing of the trees to the planting of the trees, the harvesting, the haulage, and right down to the timber process. Our non-wood benefits from the foods that can be produced in the forest, and a lot of work has gone into that recently through ITGA on promoting and highlighting the benefits of the fruit, nuts, berries, honey that we have in our forest, the medicine, herbal medicine in our forest as well, and the foliage production and forest ownership. But the right tree in the right place, from a forester's perspective, and in working with the landowner and the farmer, the important question for us is the right tree. It's suiting the species to the site. First and foremost, what can that site actually support? It's great to have ideas about wanting trees in different places, but as a forester, we must come in and look at what actually the site can support, what will grow well here. So we have to look at the soil type, site conditions, the elevation and the exposure. The soil type, trees have different requirements with regard to soil and drainage, with regard to the pH of the soil and competing vegetation. The different site conditions, in particular, for the frost risk, but also a mammal risk. We do find that there are situations where broadleaves may not be able to be established in an area because the area is too small and the deer fencing, let's say, allocation isn't sufficient. So if you have a high population of deer in an area, and even if you wanted to maybe just plant a part of that, if the deer grant doesn't cover it, it limits your options, what you can do there. Elevation, you can have trees growing in an elevated site and they're sheltered, but that really, if it's an exposed area, again, it really limits what you can plant. And exposure not only limits, let's say, what trees that you can plant, but it also limits the management of those trees, especially for people who might want to consider continuous cover forestry management with productive forests in mind. It's very limiting on what you can actually establish in those areas. So afforestation in Ireland, just so any tree planting in Ireland is a licensed activity. Anything that's greater than 0.1 of a hectare is a licensed activity under the Forestry Act. So that's whether it's granted or not, you must get a license to create any new forest greater than that. And in order to do that, there's very strict criteria and standards that are followed with regard to the establishment of new forests in Ireland. All these areas are screened for appropriate assessment under the EU Habitats Directive. Within our own standard forestry practices, we have our own environmental requirements for afforestation. So with regard to water, landscape, archaeology and biodiversity. So these are standard forestry practices. They're not anything that is optional. This is how we establish our forests using best forest practice. We have our forestry schemes manual, which outlines all our operational procedures that we must follow, and this is regularly updated with circulars as new information becomes available. And then we specifically have native woodland standards and procedures with regard to the establishment of different native woodland types on different soils and the species mix and the native woodland that you're trying to create in those areas. And we have our National Code of Best Forest Practice. And as well, just again, when we're talking about the right tree in the right place, I do believe in Ireland that we have quite a robust consultation process with regard to tree planting in this country. So we have statutory consultation. When you submit an application for a license, it's referred to the different statutory authorities, be that the fisheries, EPA, the County Council, National Parks and Wildlife, and Antashka. And we also as well have a public consultation process. So again, and that's for all licensable activities, not just tree planting, but also felling, that a site notice goes up to inform the neighbouring landowners on what the activity that is going to take place, as well as also it being published publicly online, available on Forest Licence Viewer, so you can go into your local area and see what activities and download the documentation with regard to that. You also have a 30-day public consultation process there where you can submit your observations and queries and concerns if you have any. And then once the license is granted, there's a further 28-day stay on your license. Again, if anybody is not satisfied with the decision of the minister to grant that license, that you can appeal that decision. So I think it's safe to say, with regard to what the right tree, when you're planting native or introduced, that our afforestation in Ireland, tree planting does go through quite a robust process. And we do want more trees in this country. You know, we do have an annual afforestation target of 7,000 trees per annum. This is a government-backed target, and it's backed in many policy documents. It's backed in our forestry programme for Ireland. It's backed in our climate action plan, in the recently released Food Vision 2020 for the expansion of the agricultural sector. In our programme for government last year, this target was set. In our own forest products and people Irish forestry policy document, and as well as Niall mentioned earlier, forestry as a land use is a significant measure in there in the Teagasc marginal abatement cost curve. So why does a farmer or a landowner plant trees? You know, when he's considering the right tree in the right place, what's his motivation, he or she? Okay, first and foremost, a landowner, a farmer, their land is their livelihood, it's their business, so income generation, of course, is hugely important to them. They often look at it as a better use of low productivity land, so land that's marginal for agriculture, maybe not these heavy wet clay soils as well that Niall outlined in his plantation that became a large part of what was planted in the private sector because they were not suitable for machinery, not suitable for animals for a long time of the year, but highly productive for growing trees, especially production forests. Shelter for livestock and crops, they enhance the overall farm. Fuel security, many farmers retain the pulp themselves and they have their own firewood supply. Water and soil protection, we see a lot more riparian forests going into the farm, especially in intensive farms, depending on the farming activity, for creating habitats, and of course to sequester and store carbon. Farmers are very aware of carbon farming and that your carbon account on your farm is going to be something in the future. So they look at planting these forests on their farm as a way of addressing that. But even though we do have a target of maybe 7,000 hectares per year, and as John showed in his presentation earlier, that's unfortunately been rapidly declining. It's been, even though the amount of applications that have been declining since 2013, I think it's safe to say that the 6,000 hectare mark was being kept steady until about 3 years ago. It's still roughly, we were achieving about the 6,000 hectares a year. But at the moment, farmers are disengaged with forestry. And why aren't they planting trees? I think there's a lot of competition for land use, a lot of agri schemes there. Unfortunately, a lot of our agriculture schemes and agri-environment schemes are set up at the moment to compete with forestry rather than complement it. So there's a lot of competition there for land, and you know, in the agri-environment schemes in particular, it will be similar competition for the similar type of land that will be planted. Still a lack of culture and tradition around trees within our farming sector. The delays, I don't think that, you know, the whole licensing delays over the last few years has definitely disengaged a lot of people. It's taking a long time for an afforestation license to come through. And even though it is great to see the licenses increasing in our weekly dashboard, unfortunately, they're not increasing sufficiently for afforestation for new planting. And that's something that urgently needs to be addressed by the Minister. There's a lot of red tape as well. You know, farmers see it's not just a license to plant trees, but there's so many other, you have to get a license to manage your crop or a license to fell your crop. They just see that there's a lot of red tape with forestry. A long time to harvest turns a few people off, and they might feel that the incentives are inadequate. So with regard to native woodlands, I think it's safe to say, native woodland or broadleaf establishment, that the incentives are inadequate. And the incentives at the moment, the premium, which is a good premium, but it's set up very much around a productive forestry model. It's set up to end after around 15 years when thinnings would come into play, and then you might have either intermediate income in your thinnings, and then you'll have your clearfill at 30 years of age in a productive forest. In broadleaves and native woodland, that is not going to happen. So it's a much longer period of time where those trees are going to be growing in management and before somebody sees a return. And again, you know, you must realize that that farmers do look at this as well as it's their livelihood. So 15 years for a forest that's going to be there in perpetuity, and especially with native woodlands, very much the motivation is all about biodiversity and habitat creation and enhancement. It's very much a public good. Wood production is a tertiary function in these woodlands. So the incentive, given a 15-year premium, which is only marginally ahead of a conifer premium, is not adequate for farmers. And I think that that really needs to be looked at, and the public good benefit of that needs to be looked at. And the replanting obligation is also something that does tend to dissuade farmers. So I just put up this example of a forest that was planted in the late 1980s, and it was a group of 3 farmers who planted some land there along the Shannon. That was a forest. It's about 18 hectares, and about 12 hectares of it was productive. It was clear felled about 2 years ago. It was planted at the time. So all the habitat, all the existing woodland, all the potential areas where woodland, emergent woodland was all retained. So within this area, when it was planted, 1/3 of the area was retained for habitat, for woodland, for biodiversity. And this was in the 1980s. So this is the one land parcel, and 6 hectares of it. You can see there very much the native and the introduced species are growing really well here together. And the owner then on the other 2/3 of the land got their economic return. They've since replanted that, and it's been replanted with Sitka spruce, but they put a further 20% of it, even though already 1/3 of it was in retained woodland habitats, put another 20% of it into oak and Scots pine, which is our native conifer, with a view to maybe hopefully managing it maybe on a continuous cover forestry basis in the future. It's also an amenity area. There has been a walk put in it down to the river. So I think it's a great example of where our native and introduced species can work really well and complement each other. And this is an example of what farmers and some landowners are also doing. I just put up this example just very quickly, a forest that was planted in the 1990s. And this is just an example of a landowner who made a decision, and he's not necessarily happy with this decision. And the reason why, it's about 40% introduced species or conifers, and about 60% broadleaves, which is both introduced and native broadleaves. Unfortunately, in the site, some of the oak didn't take, the provenance wasn't well, it hasn't really grown all that well. The majority of the ash is going to be removed now through ash dieback. And this farmer just continues. This farmer now today is looking at this and is regretting their decision in one way, because they're unsure about what their return, their broadleaves haven't worked out, I suppose. They're unsure what their return is going to be into the future. And if they had planted more of this area in productive forest, they will be looking at they're looking at a loss, I suppose, in about 5 to 10 years of about €200,000. So that's just from an economic perspective, from a livelihood perspective, and the difference here for this forest owner. This is a native woodland that was established in County Galway there a few years ago. It was one of the first pioneer birch woodlands in the country. It's a new type of native woodland scenario. It's something that we should be encouraging all over the place and planting more of. It's an attempt to recreate some of our lost native woodlands. This is in the Mam Valley. There on the right, you'll see looking down the Mam Valley to Galway. And the landowner there on the right, and in the centre you'll see the area that we put in to be planted. Right below it is an SAC Salmonoid River, and above it are the Mam Turks NHA. So it's in a very sensitive area. It's also in an asset sensitive area. The farmer planted this all with native woodland. Before this, it was intensively grazed with sheep. It would have been maybe sprayed or had fertilizer put on it once a year. But I guess And the area, sorry, the map on the left there shows the area that was actually planted, because we have a land classification system in Ireland that we do with regard to estimating the fertility potential of the site. And these areas didn't meet the required fertility for native woodland, even though they would have been suitable for conifer establishment, but it was decided that they would not fit into the area. They wouldn't complement the area, so it was left out. But I think that also might need to be reviewed and looked at, because it is accepted by both. We had a native woodland scheme training course there a few years ago by both the foresters and ecologists, that these areas will revert to woodland over time, and that they can support native woodland.
I'll have to hurry you along now, I'm afraid. Yeah, because we're at the end.
So the pioneer birch woodland, in this, again, it's protecting the aquatic salmonoid zone, the soils and wet flush areas, sequestering carbon, biodiversity, habitat. It's expanding the native woodland, and it's going to be managed and close to nature continuous cover forestry, and there'll be no chemicals or fertilizer applied to this site. You'll see here in the next slide as well that just even within a year of half of removing the sheep from the site, just fencing it, this is an area of a landslip that was at the top of the site, and within a year and a half you can see how quickly it's vegetated. We also have we have another maybe 5 or 6 applications in this area in for native woodland. We're still struggling to get them through, and I guess just why I want to highlight that I feel that this is what we should be encouraging. The current land use isn't assessed when we go and look at forestry. By taking this land out of agriculture and putting into forestry, we have protected this site, we have protected the SAC, we have created habitats, and I think for our ecological monitoring going forward, this needs to be looked at and incorporated. Very quickly, this is a community woodland that we're working on in County Mayo. The areas, it was planted in the early 1990s. The areas in orange are the conifers, the pure Sitka spruce, the introduced species, so to speak. The areas in blue was planted with broadleaves, a mixture of ash, beech and cherry. And the areas in green are the ancient old native woodland that are on the 1830 Cassini maps. These are pre-1830, that old ancient woodland. So this area at the moment, because it's a community woodland, it's being transitioned to amenity and recreation. The conifers are being felled at the moment, and the whole area the conifer areas are being replanted and transitioned to native woodland under the Native Woodland Conservation Scheme that the department run, which is a great scheme, and the areas in yellow also are being enhanced under that scheme. But a neighbourwood, which is a community woodland project, is being put all over this area, where facilities are being put in to this area with paths and opening up the area and some enhancement works. But why I wanted to just show this is that it was having the foresight in the early 1990s to plant the conifers that is funding this whole project. The neighbourwood scheme is only an 85%, it's an 85% grant, not only, it is an 85% grant, but if it wasn't for the ability of being able to fell this 6.6 hectares of commercial conifers, this is what is funding this whole project. And it's not just funding this project, these conifers are also funding the other 8 hectares of amenity woodland that the community have. So we need wood, we need both, we need all types of trees, all types of forests, but we need wood, and we know that it's commercially grown conifers that provide the majority of wood that we use in our homes, our farms and our businesses. I think it's important to acknowledge that. We also think it's important to acknowledge that somebody said to me that I think there's 4 conifers that produce the majority of our commercially grown wood globally, and I think it's something that these trees should be revered for all that they give to us, rather than sometimes just looking at all that they don't. We need it for wood fuel. There's big demand nationally for wood and in the UK, as Stuart said, and we have strict regulation standards and environmental checks here, both in nationally and in the EU, to try and meet these objectives. So finally, just to throw in a discussion point there, in any new forest that's established in the last few years and from today going forward, there's a minimum 15% broadleaf, 15% biodiversity, and maximum any percentage of a site can be 70% conifer of both native and introduced species. So is that an acceptable mix? I think it is. Somebody said to me, again, this is a farm, a livelihood for a farmer. Would any other business be going and asked to give 30% of their business, for environmental good? I'm not saying that that's not a good thing. It is a great thing, but I think I do think that it is a good mix, and the landowners are doing. And how do we encourage farmers to plant more trees? We do need to give greater reward for planting native woodlands. The current model we have does not work. I know there's been an increase in the last few years, but the increase is tiny compared to what we need. A payment for ecosystem services, the Minister addressed the carbon issue and mentioned that they're looking at a voluntary scheme. That's hugely important as well to encourage more forests. CAP 2023, woodland creation. There is a huge opportunity in our new CAP to encourage and incentivize more woodlands to be created. Afforestation is an eligible activity in it. Currently, at the moment, it's completely left out of our CAP National Strategic Plan. This really needs to be addressed because it'll be a huge missed opportunity. And we need a nationally balanced planting programme, not just concentrating on one region. And just to finally quote very quickly, the words of the great man, Sir David Attenborough, and I won't read the whole thing, I'll maybe just read the last paragraph, because it is important. We also have to farm trees and create a new generation of plantations that allow wildlife to pass through natural forest corridors, that benefit local communities and economies, and that are planted on existing and cleared land so that they don't replace natural forests. And I think that's what we can do with farmers around this country, and I think that's what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marina, indeed, for that fine presentation. And then looking at your last quote there, which we could use as an introduction to our next speaker, indeed, who is Pádraig Fogarty. And Pádraig is, as we know, an ecologist, the author of Whittled Away, Ireland's Vanishing Nature. He's the campaign officer with Ireland's Irish Wildlife Trust, and he's the editor of the Irish Wildlife magazine. And he represents the Irish Wildlife Trust on Project Woodland, which is an initiative by the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine to assess forestry in Ireland, including the achievement of a viable afforestation programme. So Pádraig's topic is restoring Ireland's forest ecosystems, getting many more of the right trees in the right places, reiterating that quote of yours from David Attenborough. So Pádraig, you have 15 minutes, the show is yours.
Thanks very much, Éanna. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much to the organisers for the invitation to speak to you today. All well there, Éanna? You can see and hear me?
I can see the screen and I can hear you fine. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah,
okay. So again, thanks very much, and thanks to the previous speakers for the their interesting talks and their interesting perspectives. I hope to bring you this morning perhaps a different perspective. I work for the Irish Wildlife Trust, which is one of a number of environmental non-governmental organisations in Ireland. And I have entitled my talk this morning, Restoring Ireland's Forest Ecosystem. And I suppose much of what I'm going to tell you today, you already know. I'm not going to give you any new information, but I'm hoping maybe I'll give you a different perspective and I'll give you a different way of seeing the things that you already know. And I've particularly used these two words here, the forest ecosystem, because forest ecosystems are vitally important, as it was pointed out earlier, in the regulation of our Earth systems and in the regulation of water and climate and biodiversity. And so restoring our forest ecosystem, to my mind, is one of the greatest tasks that we have ahead of us in terms of, particularly in terms of addressing the climate and the biodiversity emergency. And I think one of the interesting things about using the word ecosystem maybe gets us away a little bit from a lot of the discussion that we have around forestry in Ireland, which is mostly about trees. Because a forest ecosystem, of course, is about an awful lot more than just trees. Trees are clearly the bits that we see. They are large and they dominate our view when we look at a forest. But of course, the forest ecosystem doesn't work unless it has all the biological components to it. And that includes, tiny little insects. It includes the birds and the mammals, the fish in the rivers. It includes, of course, a lot of the things that we don't see, particularly in the soil. And of course, the soil is one of our great reservoirs of biodiversity globally. And we know tremendously little about it. I'm sure some of you may have read the works of Suzanne Simard over the last 20 years, who's been highlighting the extraordinary role that fungi play in healthy forests. And it is something that receives extraordinary little attention when we talk about forests. So maybe I want to take the focus off the trees just a little bit and to bring our attention on the entire forest ecosystem. Now, one of the themes that I often see emerge when we talk about these issues in Ireland is that a kind of duality emerges. We kind of have a split screen in our minds, as it were, and one is nature and the environment, and the other is commercial activities. And we see these things as being very different and frequently opposed to each other. We talk about commercial forestry and, we talk about, the last speaker referred to having 30% of the land for environmental purposes. And again, it is this kind of splitting between the two, and that we're either protecting the environment or we're doing commercial forestry, but we can't do both. And of course, if we zoom out and look at the bigger picture in terms of the collapse of our climate system and the mass extinction of species that is underway, much of that can be traced back to this split screen in our mind, that we have human activity, we have human endeavor, we have our economy on one hand, and then we have nature and the environment, which is somehow disconnected from all of these things. And so I've chosen this title for my talk, Restoring Ireland's Ecosystem, Forest Ecosystem, in the hope that we move away from that duality, that we start seeing our economy not as something separate from nature or in competition with nature, but something that depends entirely upon nature. Now, we can do that at a very macro level, but we can also do it at a very micro level in terms of, you know, our own surroundings, whether you're a farmer with a field or whether you live in a locality. You know, where is the place for nature in your life, whether that is your economic life or your social life or your spiritual life or your ethical life or whatever that may be. And I think the grand challenge that we face today as a species is reconciling this conflict and this duality. And I think really the only way we will address the conflict is to start blurring the lines between what we see as what's important to us people, and then all the myriad of non-human life that we share our life and we share our world with. Now, this is a picture of a native forest. This is from Killarney National Park. And we know that you know, native forest is a hugely important ecosystem in Ireland. They're often referred to as magical places, people who are in them. But of course, they're magical in more ways than one. They're an absolute store of biodiversity and interconnections. They are the remnants of our original forest ecosystem. And they're not just pretty places to look at. That reservoir of biodiversity is the key to the resilience and the response to the changing climate that we are going to live through, basically for the rest of our lives and for the rest of our children's lives. This is our insurance policy. This is the genetics of diversity that exists within the soil and within the trees and within all the other plants and animals that live here. Now, this is a graphic from the National Parks and Wildlife Service. And this maps, it's probably not a comprehensive map, but it shows you the distribution of what they call ancient and long established woodland sites in Ireland. And you can see they've said at the end of the caption here, the areas are slightly exaggerated for visual purposes. And that means they've made the dots bigger so we can see them. And that really goes to show the extent of deforestation that has occurred in Ireland in over historic times, something that of course is not unique to Ireland. It has occurred in many European countries and indeed in places like the United States as well. But it does show the challenge ahead. Now, I appreciate that many of you will be quick to point out that our tree cover in Ireland is an awful lot more than that now, and it covers about 11% or so of our land cover. And of course, one of the great points of debate, I think, between ecologists and commercial foresters is about the value of this extra, whatever it is, 10% that has developed over the last century. I think it is a great achievement that we have increased our tree cover over those years, and I think it shows us what we can do over the next century if we really want to do it. But I do think that we have to acknowledge that much of the forestry that has taken place over the last 100 years has come to the detriment of the environment and to nature and our water quality. And that persists today, albeit in perhaps a different way. Now, when we look to the future, when we look at what we think Ireland might look like, or what it could look like, I often look at this graphic from John Cross, who worked for the National Parks and Wildlife Service, and he published this paper in the 1990s about the potential natural vegetation of Ireland. I didn't show the key to go with it, but basically everything you're looking at there in green and blue and pink would be closed canopy forest if the natural vegetation was restored. And it shows you the immense potential we have in Ireland for for growing trees and for restoring our forest ecosystem. The only bits really that would not naturally have trees would be those areas in brown that you see in high uplands or the west and the north of Ireland, where you have dense peat, particularly blanket bogs, or perhaps exposure or so on. But really, the point is that this is really what I think we should be looking at when we're thinking about restoring our forest ecosystem. Now, I mentioned as well that the forest estate that we have at the moment has a number of problems with it associated with the environment. Now, this is a report I'm showing you from the National Parks and Wildlife Service to the European Union, which was published in 2009. And I've taken this graph out of it, and it shows you that forestry is a pressure and a threat to our highest value biodiversity habitats and species in Ireland. And much of that is to do with legacy issues, but it is continuing to this day. We still see in particular threats to peatlands, threats to watercourses, freshwater pearl mussels, threats to ground nesting birds, threats to high nature value farming coming from current and existing forestry practices. We know also from a European point of view, sorry, and I should just add to this that from a water point of view, the Environmental Protection Agency has pointed out that forestry, current forestry, is one of the greatest threats, is the greatest threat to our highest value water sites in Ireland, which are greatly diminished down to I don't know, maybe a dozen or so compared to hundreds back in the 1980s. So forestry remains a significant pressure on the environment. Now, we also know that forests are under pressure. This is from the state of Europe's forests, and it basically says across Europe that on average, the condition of European forests is deteriorating. We're living through a time of enormous climatic change. One of those ways in which that has been shown is through diseases. And in many ways, we have had a number of waves of diseases in trees over the last decades. We've had elm disease, we've had the larch disease, we've had ash dieback. We're looking at the potential now for that disease in oak trees brought by the processionary moth. And we have our horse chestnut trees are mostly diseased. And this is related to the collapse of the forest ecosystem, because our forest ecosystem no longer has the resilience that it would have if it was a healthy system. Now, in response to this, the European Union has issued its forest strategy. And again, I think it's important to note that it is a forest strategy, not a forestry strategy. And this is important because I think the European Union has identified the need to restore the health of the forest ecosystem. And I think that is very encouraging for many, many reasons. And one of the things that it has pointed out in its introduction even is that climate change continues to negatively affect European forests, particularly but not only in areas with monospecific and even-aged forest stands. So one of the big problems we have is monocultures and clear felling. Monocultures obviously are even-aged stands of trees of the same species, and those kind of even-aged patterns give very little resilience to changes that might occur in the environment. And I suppose that this idea of the monoculture, I know, is contentious between conversations between ecologists and commercial foresters, and I think sometimes we have different ideas in mind when we talk about monocultures and diversity. A monoculture, a forest plot that might have 3 different types of non-native conifers in it is still effectively a monoculture. It doesn't contain the diversity of life. It doesn't contain the diversity of fungi in the soil or the insects or so on that provides the resilience that's needed and the resilience that only comes from natural diversity. So it's quite encouraging from my perspective to see that the European Union has recognized the issues associated with monocultures, and later in the report it also identifies that it wants to phase out clear felling, because clear felling, of course, basically destroys any habitat that might have built up over the lifetime of that forest, and can result in serious soil damage and water pollution and emissions of carbon. So one of the things I hope we can move towards is a forestry system that works with nature rather than against it, one that does away with clear felling and starts to protect the soil, and one that moves to a much more continuous cover model of forestry that includes diversity in every sense of the word, not just the types of trees, but the types of animals, the types of other kinds of non-tree plants, the diversity in age structure, the amount of dead wood that is in a forest, and of course the diversity that is in the soil as well. Now, I think we're at a very unique crossroads in Ireland today, in that we're discussing all of these things and we're mapping out what the future forests might look like. And in my mind, we have three significant issues that we have to deal with. And one is restoring those native old forests that we looked at earlier. And basically, we know what we need to do there. We need to go in, we need to properly manage and conserve those very old forests that we know about. We need to identify the ones that we don't already know about. We need to map them. We need to expand them. And then we need to join them up so that you have a native forest ecosystem that is resilient and that is able to adapt to the future. We need to address legacy plantations. So we know that we have, I think one of the slides earlier showed the amount of plantations that were planted back in the 50s or 60s or right up to the 80s, whatever. And we know that they need to be addressed, and we don't really know exactly what needs to be done about those. They may end up having no trees at all and having restored blanket bog systems. And we also need to transform then commercial forestry, which I know is probably of most interest to the speakers here today, into systems that work with nature instead of systems that work against nature, or that see nature as something that's on the edges or something that you have to compromise with.
Pádraig, we'll have to stop you there because we have our 15 minutes up. So maybe
that's fine, and I'll just show this last slide and I'll make my concluding remarks.
That's great, thanks.
This is a photograph I took from Cork a couple of years ago, and it shows the enormous power of rewilding that exists in Ireland, and the enormous power that natural regeneration. And I very much hope that we can harness that power if we can control grazing pressure, in particular from deer and from sheep. And as the last speaker said, if we can get the policies right, if we can align our various land use policies, whether that's agriculture or forestry, so that they are all aligned and so that we are addressing the biodiversity and climate crisis in a way that is also seeing a new form of commercial activities on these lands. So thanks very much, Aileen. I'll finish there.
Thank you very much indeed, Pádraig, for all of that. And our next speaker now is going to be Declan Little. I presume Declan got yourself connected. Yeah, we're having problems earlier. I see you there. Great. Declan Little is the ecological lead with Coillte Nature, which is a unit within the Coillte dedicated to not-for-profit projects of scale focused on biodiversity enhancement, ecological restoration and climate mitigation. And he's responsible for identifying projects, developing proposals and overseeing the implementation from a technical scientific perspective. The previous Declan worked as project manager for Woodlands of Ireland, which is an NGO dedicated to promoting initiatives on native woodland. So Declan is going to talk to us about the influence of soils and flora on tree species selection. So you have 15 minutes, Declan, and I am like a savage here with my alarm, so I'll be back to you in 15 minutes. I'm sure you'll be grand. Off you go.
Hey, thanks very much, Aina. And I just want to know, can people see the slide?
Yeah, you're fine. That's all going
okay, great.
Yeah. And you have your slide now. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks again. And thanks to the organisers for giving me the opportunity to speak at the conference here today.
Can I just interrupt? This is Teresa, just for a moment. Could you put that in preview mode, which is a little button at the bottom there?
Sorry.
Well,
Put it into preview mode, is it?
Yes. So we see the whole screen, not just the or live mode, sorry. From the beginning, maybe if you click that, that will run it.
Yeah, from the beginning, yeah.
From the beginning, oh yeah, like here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
And then we're now seeing two screens.
Oh, let's see now, why is that?
Oh, yeah, so we're back to where we were. If you go down to the bottom, if you go down to the very bottom corner, there's a little button that says go, live. So you have the full screen. Don't worry if you can't find it, we'll go as we are.
Okay.
Right.
Is this any good?
Just 1 second now. Do you see at the bottom of the screen where it says notes? 4 buttons across, there's a little icon underneath writing. Look, we'll go as we are. It's fine.
It looks fine. It looks fine, Teresa.
It looks fine, Donald. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, okay. I'll just keep going because I'm conscious of the time as well. I'm going to talk today about the influence of soils and flora and tree species selection. And I suppose when people talk about the next 100 years, I have this very much in mind in this presentation, because I think of a lot of what has done in the past in terms of afforestation was built on, I suppose, a knowledge base that had disappeared with the disappearance of our woodland culture. And I'm going to focus on native woodlands and also on recent developments and how we can look forward to the next 100 years. I think it's fair to say that a lot of our current forestry model is based on an industrial model, and particularly on softwoods. And I think that in the hardwood and the native hardwoods in particular, there's of course the biodiversity and ecosystem services, but we should also be focusing on the wood production side of it as well. So just to bear that in mind, that in developing in forestry over the next 100 years, I see no conflict between wood production, for example, and biodiversity and other ecosystem service provision. So just to fill in a bit of background, most of the talk is focused on soils really because, sorry, most of the presentation is based on soils because over the last 20 years or so, with the development of native woodland scheme, the basis for that was a strong ecological input from vegetation development and the native woodlands we have in our landscape, and also from soil. So I just want to very quickly go through factors of soil formation. And there are 5 of them. Sorry now. So they include parent material, the underlying rocks, and in our case in Ireland, glacial drift from the retreating ice sheets. Climate, which is very important. In our damp, wet climate means that we have a lot of leaching and the loss of nutrients from exposed soils, especially soils that are cleared of woodland. The topography, the lie of the land, the slope, altitude, and so on. And of course, drainage. So in low-lying areas as well, that's very important topography in terms of soil. And of course, time. People think that soil development and soils generally is a very difficult topic, but actually it isn't. And one of the features that we forget is that it takes time for soils to develop. Finally, there's the organic matter, living organisms, plants, animals, and of course humans, and the influence of humans on the landscape. And I like to show this next, it's very important that we realize that this maturing process occurs over thousands of years really, and in development of what we know as an ABC soil profile. So just to show you that, sorry about that now, that the soil maturing process is coincident with successional vegetation development. And of course, this gives rise to, oh, I'm very sorry, I'm going the wrong way. This gives rise to our most fertile soils.
Declan, I'm very sorry to interrupt, but your slides aren't actually moving. Now, if it's a problem, I can always run those slides for you.
Yeah, actually, if it's a problem, just run them there for me and I'll get out of this if that's a problem, because
I'll just I'll have it set up here in case. 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, it just moved on to your seconds. Okay, all right, well, we'll just run with this. 1 second.
Apologies, folks.
That's okay. So this is your first slide. Just tell me where to go.
Oh, so you go on to, I think it's the 3rd one.
Okay. There.
Yeah. So So basically, the maximum potential then of base poor parent materials, that's the acids, that's the granites, the schists, the shales, and so on, are what we call acid brown earths. So that's their maximum potential. And then, of course, on the base rich parent materials, like in the Midlands and the Golden Vale and so on, where you have calcareous parent materials, is the calcareous brown earths, and they're much more fertile. So you get this development on the right there. You can see that this image of the soil, which basically your A horizon is your topsoil, your B horizon is subsoil, and your parent material then is the underlying mineral material that gives rise to the soil above it. So next slide, please. I like to show this one, this image, because you know, it gives you a picture of all the different factors of soil formations coming together. So down here in the very bottom, where you see the rock there in the foreground, that's an area that reflects what the landscape would have looked like when the ice retreated off the landscape 13,000 years ago or so. And then you have scrub woodland developing here, which is basically showing you that with vegetation development in succession, you get development of soils and you get the development of different vegetation or successional vegetation communities, in this case, scrub woodland. At the summit here, you see the influence of leaching, of exposure and leaching and development of peat soils. You have the same parent material, by the way, underneath all of this landscape, but we have very different outcomes because of the different influences of soil formation. So we have here peat soils, they're very leached and very exposed. And then here, look at the influence of man. This is the very similar soil, but here they've been destoned, fertilized, and turned into pasture. And here's where that similar improved land has been abandoned and is going back to scrub woodland. And you have the bracken and so on in the foreground. That's the first phase of succession. It'll go on to this stage of scrub development later on. So I like to show that just to give people a flavor of the importance of the factors of soil formation and of reading the landscape, because reading the landscape is very important in development, as we'll see later on, of different woodland types. Next slide, please. So on our brown earth, on our fertile soils, we tend to have the diverse, most species-rich woodlands, ash, hazel, pedunculate oak, and so on. On the podzols, very infertile sites are like the one that Pádraig showed there in Killarney, are acid oak woodlands, sessile oak, rowan and birch. And then on the glaze and the wet, basically fertile and saturated soils in the main, we have the alluvial and riparian woodlands and also the drumlin areas. Here we have alder, willow, and ash. And I've just broken them down to those three rough categories because, as I say, people tend to find the whole area of soils a difficult topic. And really it's not. It's really just, if you break it down into simple sound bites, so to speak, you can really grapple the subject very easily. Next slide, please. So all this information of classification of our native woodlands and then the different soil types we have in our landscape were pulled together to develop the native woodland scheme. It was commenced by the Forest Service in 2001 after extensive consultation with a range of different stakeholders, including National Parks and Wildlife, Woodlands of Ireland, inland fisheries, and so on, so that it has a high ecological bar. In other words, there is within it an ecological focus, and the scheme itself has biodiversity as its primary objective. So I'm going to look at three scenarios within the afforestation. There are five, but I'm going to just look at three of them to give you a flavor of how the scheme works and how we can develop woodlands like this in the future, and how we're doing it at present indeed. So scenario three is what we call the brown earth, or the fertile soils. And on these, we're looking at lowlands, improved sites with brown earths, pH around 5.5 to 5.9. Green fields are typically improved. Golden Vale sites would fall into this category very much. Sorry, go back to that, please. And then the hedgerows and woodland in these areas where they still exist are dominated by ash, pedunculate oak, and downy birch, with hawthorn, hazel, spindle. And then a very rich and diverse field there, including bluebell, wood sorrel, wood avens. Next slide, please. And here's a typical site that was afforested under the native woodland scheme in 2001 near Ballyvarry. And you can see there in the background, mainly hazel, ash, and pedunculate oak. And this has developed subsequently into a very nice woodland. It's on a limestone based rich soil. Next slide, please. So this is the brown earth. This is how it's done then. We call it the ash ivy, or in layman's terms, oak, ash, hazel woodland on relatively deep soils. And you can see there the predominant trees and shrubs and ground flora. And then the planting mixture under the scheme is pedunculated oak at 40%, downy birch at 20%, hazel at 20%, hawthorn scattered throughout, and then some wild cherry, and then minor species. And you have a choice there of minor species that are suitable to that soil type. Spindle, rowan, and crabapple in particular are very common on these types of soils and these rich soils. And then the relevant grant and premium category is 9. Next slide, please. So here's a typical example, Charleville Domain, and this is the soil profile, the brown earth soil profile that occurs under this woodland type. You can see these magnificent old pedunculated oak trees, some of them over 200 years within Charleville, and well worth a visit if you're in the locality. It's near Tullamore in County Offaly. Next slide, please. So here we're looking at scenario 4, and this is the clay soils and the very wet sites. And we're looking at drumlins, river valleys, banks, river banks, lake shores, and so on, and wet hollows. They are generally fertile soils, relatively high pH, and they're usually wet, rush-dominated grassland with the likes of the yellow flag. The semi-natural woodland that would occur in these areas naturally would be alder, ash, grey willow, hazel, hawthorn, spindle, and blackthorn. And again, the field area indicators denote wet soils, particularly creeping buttercup, meadowsweet. They would be plants that grow on very wet areas. Next slide, please. So here's a typical setting for that we're looking at. These are the type of sites that would fall into this category under scenario 4. Glade soils, drumlins are very common in drumlin areas, and often semi-improved but difficult to improve. And they're the type of sites that still come up for afforestation in general. So next slide, please. Again, the most appropriate native woodland type is alder meadowsweet, or again in layman's terms, alder, oak, ash woodland with willow. And you can see here, the planting mixture comprises alder at 50%, grey willow at 10%, and birch at 10% as well. In dry areas, then pedunculated oak and hawthorn would be scattered throughout. And then minor species, of course, that would fall into this category, particularly the Guelder rose and hazel. So we intersperse and alternate these group plantings rather than plant them intimately, because in terms of stability and robustness, you don't want to have trees blowing over, particularly alder. Alder is a species that is prone to wind blow. So we intersperse pure groups. And this is GBC 10 for enclosed and improved sites. Next slide, please. Here again, now is a typical, this is a woodland at Hazelwood in Sligo, which Quilty Nature is currently restoring actually. It's got a serious rhododendron and laurel infestation problem, and it's been meticulously restored currently. And typically in doing so, we have to be very careful of the soils, because it's not, they're liable to damage with heavy machinery. Clay soils in particular smear, and their sedimentation can be a problem. So it's very important that soil protection is the key mitigation measure. Next slide, please. So in terms of the application of the native woodland scheme then, this is the final type or scenario, and Marina mentioned it in the slide that she showed, or the site in the Man Valley. It only came in 2018. And I think it has huge potential, because we're looking really at sites that cannot really be improved for agriculture, but have huge biodiversity benefits in a matrix of different habitat types. So you've got blanket bog, wet heath, and then in these improved areas, you can establish native woodland, which would not normally establish itself there if you took grazing pressure off these sites. So generally, we're talking about podzols and acid brown earths, and a low pH in around 5. And we have bents and fescue grasses and so on, heather in the blanket bog areas, and of course they would be excluded from planting and part of the area biodiversity enhancement to 15% biodiversity. So we're talking about species poor woodland.
We'll have to slow you down a bit, Declan. I think your time is coming to an end. Can you maybe wind up now, please?
Could you give me an extra 5 because of our difficulties there? Because I just have 3 or 4 more slides and we're done.
Well,
Next slide, please. Thank you, Aina. Appreciate that. So here's a typical landscape setting. And before people say, oh my God, there's a blanket bog, a lot of it is. But if you look here in the foreground, this was improved land during famine times. You can see the walls here. And this is very close to the site that Marina showed in Neenan in Galway. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm just going to fly through this. Basically, we're looking at pioneer woodland here, and we're looking at downy birch in the main with some Scots pine and rowan. And this is GPC 10. Next slide, please. So this is a typical setting, and you can see there, this is naturally regenerated, and this is your podzol profile. Next slide, please. Just some of the projects that we're involved with in Quilta Nature. The Nature Trust is a new not-for-profit company that sits outside Quilta, and it's a public-private enterprise basically, so that you're basically bringing in land into native woodland that are planted for carbon sequestration in the main, and also has the benefits of biodiversity and recreation. So it's funded by leveraging private sector environmental investment and carbon reporting. And our target is 200 hectares this year and next year. And we will forest those sites with native woodland grants and premiums. So these meet climate and biodiversity national policy objective through ecosystem services. Next slide, please. 2 more to go and we're out. This is the Wild Western Peatland project, and Pádraig referred to trees or plantations in inappropriate places. And this is an attempt to restore blanket bog and wet heath in areas where plantations were forested during the 1960s and 70s, mainly for social reasons. So we're going to thin, fell, raise the water table and plant native woodlands in areas where we cannot restore to bog and wet heath. There will be 6 sites within this project, and again, it addresses climate action plan objectives and with all the added ecosystem service benefits, particularly biodiversity. Next slide, please. Finally, this is the Midlands Native Woodland Project, and this is a very different situation where Bordemona, where the peat has been extracted and exhausted, and now we're left with a mined landscape. There are parts of this landscape that cannot be re-wetted back to bog, and so in those areas, we are the high and dry areas. We're mimicking native woodlands that are occurring naturally there at the moment. We've done a number of different trials over the last year and a half. And what we're finding is that seeding and planting is very suitable on very shallow peats, but not on the deeper peats. We have submitted an EIA and Nature Impact Statement along with an afforestation application for 200 hectares at Littleton Bog in County Tipperary, and we're awaiting a decision from the Forest Service on this. So as I say, these are only in areas that cannot be re-wetted and reflooded by Bordemona, which is the primary objective of restoration in the Midland raised bogs. Again, this project addresses National Climate Action Plan objectives with the added benefits of biodiversity and recreation in particular. I think that's it. Maybe the next slide, but I think I'd like to say thanks very much to everybody for listening, and apologies for the glitches earlier on. I hope it didn't take away too much from the presentation. It was a bit rushed, but nonetheless, thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Declan. I'm sorry that there was a bit of hassle, but these are the benefits of Zoom, aren't they? Great to see slides of bogs that have been, great to see slides of forests that have been restored, rather than speaking about them, to actually see pictures of them going on with that. Now, our next session begins at 11:20. So we were supposed to be taking questions in between, but I think we'll probably just go straight on to the next session, and it's being chaired by Matt Crow. And rather than starting the next session with a deficit of time, go through as organised and have all our questions and answers at the end. I have plenty of questions already. So, keep them coming because we'll get to them at the end of the session. So without any further ado, thank you for listening to my chairmanship, and I hope it goes as smoothly for you, Matt. So I think
thanks, Diana.
Is Donald coming back? Is Donald coming back, or am I just handing over to you?
Donald.
No, Donald is talking. Here's Donald.
Just to say thanks very much, Aina. You've kept it Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Anna, and for keeping that really on time. We're doing well. Just very briefly, we're now moving, as Anna said, to session 2 to discuss the right reasons for planting. And there will be opportunities, as Anna said, for all the questions. I've noticed quite a few already. And now the second session will be chaired by a person who is heavily involved in the Minister Projects Woodland initiative at the moment, where he chairs the working group dealing with our shared national approach to forestry. He holds a Bachelor's of Science degrees and PhD in biochemistry from University College Dublin. And early in his career, he spent 5 years working in Vancouver doing contract research, after which he joined the EPA, where he spent 15 years as a member of staff and 10 years as a director before retiring 2 years ago. We are delighted that he is chairing this important session. So would you please welcome Dr. Matt Crowe.
Thanks very much, Donal. Just to say hello to you all there. I see there's 235 people linking in here today, so I'm sure you're all around the country. I'm in Wexford, just so you know where I am. And actually just referring back to something the Minister mentioned about place names, I actually live in a place called Killeens, and the Irish for that is Quilleen, which is a little wood. So there was a wood around here at some point in the past. It's mostly grassland and suburban area now. So anyway, I'm going to crack on with this because we just want to keep to time as well and have plenty of time then for discussion afterwards. So the first speaker in this session is Dr. Elaine McGough. Elaine is the Natural Environment Officer with An Taisce. In this role, she reviews forestry license applications and as such is very familiar with the ecological issues at play. She has a PhD in freshwater ecology from Trinity College Dublin and an advanced diploma in planning and environmental law from King's Inns. She is a steering committee member of the Environment Pillar and director of the Sustainable Water Network. So Elaine's topic is towards an ecologically sensitive forestry model. Thank you, Elaine. And I'll give you a reminder after about 13 minutes or so.
Great, thank you. So just to check that you can hear me and see my slides.
Yeah, can see, hear and see.
Great, thank you. So as Matt said, I am Dr. Elaine McGough. I'm the Natural Environment Officer with An Taisce. And today I just want to talk about how we move towards an ecologically sensitive forestry model. And a lot of the things I'm going to say have already been touched on by other speakers. So I'm sure a lot of you already know the stats, but I just want to do a quick whistle-stop tour to preface what I'm going to talk about. So Ireland is unusual in European terms in regard to the makeup of our forest estate. We have the highest percentage of introduced tree species in the EU. You can see that in the graph on the left here. Ireland is at the very top. And we also have one of the highest levels of plantation forestry. The pie chart over Ireland and the graph on the right, I know it's small, but the red indicates, the amount of plantation forestry. So approximately 70% of forest cover is non-native conifers, with over 45 to 50% of that being just one species, Sitka spruce. This is in stark contrast, as you can see from the graphs, to Europe as a whole, where on average 87% of forest area is semi-natural. And although our levels of afforestation are still low, we are undergoing one of the most rapid rates of change in Europe over the last 30 years, which is what this map is showing. Under the Irish Forestry Programme, a target has been set to increase Ireland's forest cover, I'm sure we're all well aware of it, to 18% from the current level of approximately 11%. Now, I'm sure that we can all agree that we need more woodland in Ireland. But this rapid rate of change, combined with the non-native plantation approach, has led to a number of ecological pressures. I don't want to dwell on them, but I want to focus more on the solutions, but it is important that I just highlight them because it ties into what I'm going to say afterwards. So as Porrick said, forestry is a significant pressure on our water quality, particularly on our high status sites. That is the best of the best. It poses a significant risk when marginal upland areas are planted, as it displaces high nature value farming species, and it can decimate species-rich grasslands. And it can also impact on bird species which rely on more open landscapes, like the endangered hen harrier and curlew. Again, as Porrick showed, it threatens our EU protected bogland habitats such as wet heath and blanket bog due to drainage. And this also leads to an increase in carbon emissions. So this has been highlighted by the National Parks and Wildlife Service in the report that Porrick referred to, and by the EPA. Just to say, this isn't unique to Ireland. Internationally, afforestation most negatively impacts on biodiversity when it replaces natural ecosystems such as forests or grasslands and shrublands, and particularly when exotic tree species are used rather than native species. Business as usual, if we expand afforestation using the standard current business as usual scenario, which we are currently relying on, much of this afforestation is likely to take place on marginal agricultural land and upland areas, which are less valuable from an agricultural perspective. But these host some of the most important remaining areas for biodiversity in the country, including the high status water bodies, protected semi-natural habitats, and threatened species. So many people would look at the photo on the left and see wasted land or useless scrubland. When I look at it, I see huge biodiversity potential and lots of space for nature. And this is what we need to protect. Commercial forestry in its current form is not compatible with the sustainable management of many of these sites. And to avoid any conflict between the government's afforestation targets and the conservation of legally protected habitats and species, it is necessary that the appropriate safeguards are in place. So what do we need? The million-dollar question. In a nutshell, we need the right trees in the right place under the right management. Ireland currently has one of the lowest levels of forest cover in the EU, and there is potential to sustainably increase the level of forest cover in Ireland without negatively impacting on our biodiversity. So rather than merely seeking to ensure that Irish forestry is compliant with national and EU legislation, Ireland could strive to be a world leader in truly sustainable forest management. Whether forestry in Ireland will have a net positive or a net negative influence on biodiversity will ultimately depend on a range of factors, such as where the afforestation takes place, the model of forestry used, and the environmental safeguards that are implemented. And the positive impact it'll generally increase with an increasing proportion of native broadleaves and greater diversity of tree species and age classes. In order to improve the biodiversity value of Irish forestry, we should be striving to adopt a more continental approach to forestry, where forests consist of semi-natural woodlands made up of native broadlands or of native and non-native mixes. There are a range of positive afforestation schemes within the current forestry programme. For example, the Native Woodland for Conservation scheme or the Native Woodland Establishment scheme that Declan referred to, and agroforestry. So many of these do have the potential to impact on biodiversity, but in order to change the face of forestry in Ireland, steps will have to be taken to increase the uptake of these options. The impact of afforestation on biodiversity will vary across different species and habitats, and it'll be influenced by a range of factors, including the selection of tree species, management intensity, the site location, and the preceding land use type and intensity. For example, despite all the issues I've just outlined, afforestation in Ireland has been positive for some bird species, such as conifer specialists like crossbill and siskin. So this really just highlights that it's not one size fits all. It really depends on the habitats, the species, or the sensitivities involved. In general, the impact of afforestation will be most positive where it replaces high intensity land use types, such as improved grasslands, typically in lower lying areas. And ideally, woodland should be strategically placed to maximize multiple benefits. For example, along riparian zones to intercept silt and nutrients, as linkages between high quality biodiversity areas to provide wildlife corridors, or strategically located native woodland to extend out from existing old growth forests to protect them from edge effects and extend their range, and also for flood attenuation. In specific regard to water, the Forest Service Woodlands for Water approach, it provides a decent template for promoting the establishment of native woodlands to protect water quality. But one current stumbling block to achieving multiple benefits is the need for any grant-aided afforestation to provide for vigorous growth and sustainable long-term development. And to stick with the water example, this will lead to the development of some wet riparian woodland being precluded from grant aid, despite the multiple benefits and functions it provides. So there should be a recognition that not all forestry can provide, nor should it be geared towards achieving the optimal output in terms like financial optimal output. And value should be placed on the ecosystem services that this type of forestry can provide in flood management and sediment and nutrient attenuation. We need to put value on the services provided, not just on the narrow focus of productivity. Ultimately, a comprehensive planning tool is needed to underpin future sustainable expansion of forestry. Much of the new afforestation in Ireland is afforestation of private land, which happens on small blocks of land in quite an ad hoc fashion. And as such, it's really difficult to predict where the afforestation will take place and assess what the direct and cumulative impacts are likely to be. A landscape-based approach to afforestation using spatial planning is one such approach, which could allow planners and stakeholders to foresee and manage potential conflicts with conservation objectives. Now, as Minister Hackett outlined, there's a land use plan in the works, and I really look forward to seeing it and hope it may prove useful for this type of an approach. Sensitivity mapping is being used internationally to identify potential conflicts with conservation management and to alter land use strategies accordingly. The distribution of activities can then be planned in a way that avoids, reduces, or offsets negative impacts on wildlife or ecosystem functioning. This type of an approach could allow decision makers to avoid unnecessary challenges, litigation, and reputational damage, and ensure that their operations are managed in a sustainable way. For example, Birdwatch Ireland have produced a bird sensitivity mapping tool indicating where the most vulnerable areas for birds are. And this should be combined with other mapping layers, such as the HNV, High Nature Value Mapping Tool, that's what you're seeing on the right here, the EPA Pollution Impact Potential Maps, it's what you're seeing on the left. It shows where all the particularly vulnerable parts of the catchment are for nutrient loss. And this can be combined with soil maps, along with whatever other information we have, like where the flora protected order species are, freshwater pearl mussel rivers, high status water bodies. We have a vast amount of knowledge, but what we really need to do is bring it all together into one comprehensive plan so we can really assess where the sensitivities are. Having more certainty about where is suitable for afforestation would head off a lot of the issues from the get-go, or highlight to landowners where they may run into difficulty. We all recognize that the current licensing system is quite broken, and this would really help, in my view, to move this along. We need to take a proactive approach as opposed to a reactive approach. And this may also encourage planting in particular places for the right reasons. For example, under the proposed new CAP, some of the ecosystems focus on tree planting. And if this type of a land use plan is in place, farmers could utilize it to determine where the best place to plant trees on their land may be, particularly for maximizing ecological benefit and reducing the ecological risk. But again, as Minister Hackett alluded to, it has to be recognized that there are some places where trees simply should not be planted, regardless of the species makeup or management. You could have the most wonderful native woodland in the world, but if it's in the wrong place, it can still be damaging. For example, in the top 8 freshwater pearl mussel catchments, any tree planting will impact on the hydrology. They really just need to be left as peatland habitats. So again, if you had all native trees and it was replacing even, intensive agricultural land, it will still be damaging. So what we really need is this type of a land use plan, which can indicate where those no-go zones are. And having that would really simplify things and could be a very powerful decision-making tool. The right management. So we also need the right management once these forests are established in the right place with the right tree species. As other speakers have said, we need to move away from clear felling to the more environmentally sensitive continuous cover forestry. This approach is gaining traction across the EU, and it's promoted in the new EU forest strategy, which calls for clear felling to be only used in emergency cases. In Ireland, it is already promoted here under certain grant-aided afforestation, for example, in the native woodland establishment and woodland improvement schemes. Matt, I see you.
2 minutes, Elaine.
So this scheme should be encouraged across all grant-aided afforestation. And this approach has benefits for water quality, wildlife and soil conservation, not to mention the recreational benefits. And it can also improve carbon sequestration in forestry by minimizing soil disturbance, thereby reducing the risk of unintended carbon losses. By establishing mixed species and mixed age forests, the resilience of that forest to disease and wind throw can be improved. And again, as Porrick referred to, deadwood is a really important element in woods. So management should seek to maintain critical structural elements, such as deadwood, even though it's economically unimportant, but it's ecologically highly valuable. And large trees are similarly valuable. So we need a model that incentivizes their retention. And just to summarize, so the current non-native monoculture afforestation model is not generally a positive thing for the environment in Ireland. Given the plan to expand our forest cover significantly, Ireland does have an amazing opportunity right now to become a leader in sustainable forest management. We need a strategic level approach and a move away from practices such as clear felling, and multiple benefits can be achieved with a little forethought, and this should be prioritized and rewarded. And again, just to say, and it ties in with what Porrick said, forestry shouldn't just be about productivity. It should also be about the ecosystem services that it can provide. Thanks very much. I'm done.
Thank you, Elaine. So our next speaker is John Desmond. John Desmond is the Managing Director of Signum, one of Ireland's largest manufacturers of timber frame buildings. John is a UCD forestry graduate. He spent his early working years in the sawmilling industry until 1997, when he co-founded Signum in Macroom, County Cork. Signum supplied the house building and commercial building markets in both Ireland and the UK. So John's topic today is wood in the community, timber frame construction from local forests. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Matt.
Your screen is coming up there just fine.
Good. You can see that?
Perfectly, and I can hear you. Off you go.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Matt. I'm going to talk about, thank you for the introduction and good morning, everybody. I'm going to talk about timber in construction this morning, and I'm conscious of the fact that listening to other speakers that I'm very much talking about output from commercial forestry. But I hope one of the things the presentation might show is that in the context of climate change and what needs to be done, that even output from commercial plantations like Sitka spruce and Norway spruce has an important role to play. Just by way of introduction of Signum, Signum is a business that was established in 1997. It was an offshoot of a large timber processing company called Palfab. We started from very humble beginnings, producing houses primarily for the self-build market. The business has grown over the years. We're now one of the largest producers of timber frame in the country, producing about 25 houses a week. We employ about 120 people. As I mentioned, we produce, most of our production goes into low-rise housing for commercial purposes or for the development market. But we also produce for larger commercial buildings like schools, care homes, and even multi-story apartment blocks. Before I go on to talk about timber frame specifically, just in the context of timber in construction, like many industries, the construction industry is increasingly focusing on sustainability, no different to agriculture, the airline industry, and transport. In that context, there's increasing focus on carbon footprint. You could break that into two areas. One being operational operational energy. I'm talking about the energy required to heat and provide lighting to a building. And the other, probably a little bit more relevant today's topic, is embodied energy. In that regard, it's widely accepted, and there's growing acceptance of the fact that in the context of mainstream construction materials, that timber is a very much more attractive option. Obviously, it's a renewable resource. It acts as a carbon sink, and when compared to concrete and steel, it's far superior. We see it in timber frame construction. It's I'll come on to it shortly. It's a growing market. Glulam structures are being used more and more as an alternative to steel structures, and CLT, which is a relatively new product, is being used as an alternative to mass concrete. Just coming on to our own business on timber frame, just to explain what we do. In a timber frame house, or in terms of what we do, we replace the inner leaf of your standard block. If you take a standard block house where you've got an inner and outer leaf of block work, we replace the inner leaf of block with a timber frame structure. That timber frame is designed and manufactured by us. We take an architect's set of drawings. We prepare a very comprehensive set of design information that goes to CNC machines on the factory floor. And it's gone from, I suppose, being a pretty manual-based process to nowadays it's a very sophisticated CAD/CAM sort of process. I should point out, and I'm saying this in the context of timber, we require millimeter accuracy and very high quality raw materials. So there is no room for error in what we do. Just to give you a sense of the process, you could divide the process up into a number of different areas. First of all, material preparation. On the left, you're looking at a CNC machine that cross-cuts notches and bores studs. All the information that machine operates off comes from the designer's computer. And as I say, everything is done to millimeter accuracy. On the right-hand side, you're looking at a panel processing machine, which processes OSB sheeting, flooring, plasterboard, and again, everything is cut to the millimeter. Those materials are stacked and sequenced in an order and go to the factory floor, where again, you've automated equipment, and it's all about precision and accuracy. You can see that's where panels are being manufactured. And then obviously it's delivered to site, and we erect, let's say a pair of semi-detached timber frame houses are erected and made wind and watertight in a matter of a couple of days. And going back to what I was saying, it's the importance of precision, dimensional accuracy is obviously it's essential, just to allow us to assemble the house efficiently on site, and ultimately that the house is of adequate quality. In terms of timber frame and market share, when we started the business back in 1997, timber frame was very much, I won't say it was unheard of, but it was very much a minnow in the construction industry. Almost 95% of what we did was supply to the self-build market, and certainly in this part of the world, larger developers didn't look on it as a serious alternative. Into market share wise, if you look at the developer market, approximately 40% of all new housing schemes are being built in timber frame, and we see that as continuing to grow. There are a number of reasons for that growth, obviously, because we deliver a kit, and as I say, it's made wind and watertight in a matter of days. That brings huge efficiency to a site, and there's less labor required, and a builder can get more productivity on a building site by building a timber frame. In terms of quality, timber frame has been around for some time and is now seen as tried and tested. The building regs have become much more onerous in terms of insulation requirements, and it's much easier to achieve that with timber frame than it is with masonry. And I suppose last but not least, the whole sustainability issue is becoming more and more into the spotlight. And if you look at the graphic there on the right hand side, you can see that a timber frame house has performs much better from an embodied energy point of view than a masonry house does. In terms of wood usage and timber frame versus masonry, the volume of timber used by used in a timber frame house versus a masonry house, obviously it's much more. So if you take a typical 3-bedroom semi-detached house, and the figures here are based on just up to first fix, so don't include skirting, architrave, stairs and such like. But if you take a typical 3-bedroom semi-detached house, in built-in timber frame, it will use somewhere between 12 and 12.5 cubic meters more than a masonry house. That can be broken into two different categories. First of all, OSB sheeting. It's a product similar to plywood. In a masonry house, assuming that it's been used for flooring, you'll use about something in excess of 1 cubic meter of OSB. In a timber frame house, you'll use about 3.5 cubic meters of OSB. Fortunately for the industry here, we've got SmartPly in Waterford, who are the main supplier of OSB to the market. They're a European leader, and I have to say, as a user, their product is second to none. The other significant product and significant difference between timber frame and masonry is in CLS, or wall studding. So in a typical masonry house, you'll use some wall studding for internal non-load bearing partitions. But in a timber frame house, where it's used for all external walls, internal load bearing walls, you use significantly more, approximately 10 meter cube in a 3-bedroom semi-detached house. Most of the CLS we use in this country is imported, unfortunately, from Sweden, Finland, and Germany. It is produced by on a minor level by a number of mills in Ireland, but for the most part, what we're using is imported. CLS, what is it? It's an acronym, first of all, for an old term, Canadian Lumber Standard. It's a C16 graded softwood, generally whitewood, Sitka spruce or Norway spruce. The timber is planed, it has eased edges, dimensionally accurate, and that is an imperative, and free from any dyeing defects like twist or warp. And there's a number of sizes, 140 by 140 millimeter by 38 and 89 millimeter by 38. The reasons we're importing CLS traditionally, and if I go back to when we started in the business, as I said, almost 25 years ago now, native timber was not viewed as good enough. The vast majority of timber coming from Irish mills was rough sawn. The drying was okay, the grading was okay, but in terms of finish and dimensional accuracy, it wasn't good enough. And from a sawmiller's point of view, they had plenty of strong markets for what product they had. So timber frame, which was a pretty small market and was looking for off-standard sizes, wasn't necessarily an attractive market. And as a result, import supply lines developed to a point where if we require an Arctic load of CLS, we can have it here from a port storage facility within 24 hours. But that has changed, I would argue. And first of all, the quality of timber leaving Irish mills now, and this is a great credit is due to our timber processing industry here, the quality of timber leaving Irish mills has improved immeasurably. I say that in the context of machining, dimensional accuracy, straightness and stability. So for the most part, it can hold its own with any European imported timber. On the timber frame side, the demand is increasing. I would estimate between 60 and 70,000 cubic meters currently required annually, and that is growing. And the other thing that has changed from our point of view is that there's increasing focus on sustainability, and for us to further reduce, let's say, the embodied energy in our product would be a very attractive option. I'm just going to give you an example of a project that we were involved in Wales that serves as a very good example of the use of locally sourced wood and what can be done. I'm using a Welsh project because I'm working on the assumption that Welsh timber is very similar to Irish grown timber. So this is a school we did in Buryport in Wales. When we got involved in this project, sustainability was central to the project brief. And as I said earlier on, sustainability centered around two areas. One was the operational energy required in the building. So they wanted to achieve very, very high levels of insulation. and the other was embodied energy. And for that reason, they focused on using timber. And even beyond that, one of the stipulations in the project brief was that there was a preference to use Welsh locally sourced wood. With the help of a local mill, we sourced timber from a Welsh produced timber produced from Welsh, CLS produced from Welsh timber, and brought it to our factory in Macroom and manufactured the timber frame very successfully. We charged a small premium for it because we had to go outside our normal supply lines, but essentially it worked very, very well. The other interesting part of it is we produced a product called Breastable, again from CLS, where we put, that's the product that you can see here in the photograph, is where we used again, the Welsh studs are put side by side, they're fixed together with hardwood dowels and made up in panels of about 1.2 meters wide. And as you can see, aesthetically, apart from having a very effective structural function, aesthetically, they look fantastic. And if you look at the photograph there, that's the end result. And as I say, it's a real testament to what can be done with local wood.
Don, if you could just start winding up.
Almost done, Matt, thanks. So in terms of the end result, the school went on to achieve Passive House, which from an operational energy point of view is the gold standard, so exceptionally low heating costs. It's a multi-award winner in terms and with a particular focus on sustainability, and it's a great example of what can be done with locally grown wood. So just to conclude, there's plenty of reasons for us to use local wood, and plenty of reasons for I would argue for processors to look at opportunities in timber frame. We have a sustainable and stable growing market. We've a similar requirement. We've a very steady requirement for timber, and as I say, that's growing. There's an economic benefit to the country with import substitution, and obviously from a sustainability point of view, it would be very attractive for us to be using more locally sourced wood. And just to finish, Matt, I just from where I'm sitting, just to say that as far as we can see, the future for Irish wood in construction is very, very bright. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Very good presentation. Just a point to make on the house building thing, the most recent Housing for Ireland plan that was published a couple of weeks ago is very little in it actually about building houses in Ireland from wood. So that's something we might return to during the public forum or the open forum piece. So our next speaker is Brendan Lacey. Brendan is the chairman of the Irish Timber Growers Association and Managing Director of Irish Forestry Unit Trust FM Limited. He graduated with an honours degree in forestry from UCD in 1984 and has worked in the areas of forest management, forest economics, forest finance and investment management. Brendan's topic is forestry as a sustainable investment. Over to you, Brendan.
Thanks, Matt.
You just have to share your screen there now. There you go. It's coming up. It's okay. There. Lovely.
Thanks, everybody. Just first of all, I'd say a little bit about Irish Forestry Unit Trust. It was established in 1994 to facilitate Irish pension funds investing in forestry. And it's based on a cooperative ethos. So essentially it's investor owned. It was built on early seed forests that were established by pension funds in the mid-1980s. And I think because of reasons of scale, there were a number of different smaller funds. It was felt that in order to have something that was viable economically, that they would be pooled together, and that was the genesis for the development of IFUT. Mainly invested in Ireland, but we also have a small exposure in the UK, and also we manage some forest investments in North America as well. We currently supply about 300,000 cubic meters of timber to the Irish sawmilling industry on an annual basis. And the other aspect to it as well is it's supporting the Irish circular bioeconomy. So it's Irish investment in primarily Irish assets, And the revenue that's generated from timber sales is circulated back into the Irish economy. A shortcut when you're trying to put a presentation together is try and throw in a few definitions. So just to get me warmed up and get started. So just to talk about investment and investors. The purpose of investment is to provide income in future years, and that's according to the Oxford English Dictionary. It's the use of money or capital to purchase an asset or assets in the expectation of earning income over time. And obviously an investor then is a person who invests money or indeed other forms of capital assets. And just, you know, sometimes people have an image of pension funds as being these large kind of monolithic entities, but in reality, a pension itself is an annuity or other regular payment made to a retired employee in consideration of past service. And a pension fund, as the image there sort of implies, a pension fund is really made up of thousands and thousands of individual workers who are trying to save for their own retirement, either through a managed scheme within a company or indeed putting aside money themselves. I came across an interesting reference about, you know, the purchase of pensions, and the title, which is sort of rather ominous maybe, but you either bank on death or invest in life, the history and future of pensions. So the idea there is that, you know, most of us are going to retire at some point in time. We need to be able to survive. We need an income. So we can either bank on leaving this planet at the date of our retirement, or we can put something aside that will help us and protect our enjoyment of life after the time we retire. One of the things that's always, I suppose, ironic, given the low level of investment is when you look at things like pensions websites, they typically use images of trees. So the idea of something that's growing and produces wealth, that you start it, if you take an average working life of 40 years, the idea is you plant a seed, it grows over those 40 years and gives you that income and growing wealth. So the metaphor of trees is almost constantly used. And yet it probably represents a very, very small fraction, probably less than 0.5% or even 1/4% of Irish pension fund investments. So it's quite small in scale, and yet the image seems very attractive to people who are managing pensions. So one of the things is forestry is a very small element of pensions investment, but what does it do? What's its purpose? And it comes back to, you know, when you're looking at investment, particularly from a pension point of view, you look for portfolio diversification. So the idea of that is you spread your risks. And if you look at typically most pension funds, because they need to generate a level of return over a period of time, typically most funds are invested in equities. So they produce high returns, but they've got a lot of risk and a lot of volatility. You hear about sort of stock market crashes. So what happens if you're retiring just at the time does the stock market crash? The value of your retirement fund, if you like, will be significantly reduced. Another sort of major investment category would be for bonds. So they're very low risk, but they also give you quite a low return. And indeed, bonds can have volatility as well. And that's really driven by changes in interest rate environments. So the question is, you could, you know, see bonds as very low risk, put all your money into bonds, but the problem is they probably won't generate enough income for you when you do come to retire. And then the other question is if you have inflation. So bonds, inflation sometimes can be higher than the yield that you're getting from those bonds. So forestry is just one of that package of alternatives and other assets that people kind of spread their investment risks into. And forestry would be classified as medium return, certainly not high return, and it tends to have a lower risk or lower volatility. So the value of forests doesn't tend to jump up and down year to year, and it's seen typically as protecting against inflation. And that's because of the underlying nature of the product, if you like. If you're growing timber and selling it, timber prices have typically over time kept pace with inflation. So there's that inflation protection that you can add into the pension fund, which is quite important as an attribute. one of the things that's coming to the fore in the whole investment area is around ESG, or environment, social and governance issues. But I suppose one of the things what we want to look at is a balance from a forestry perspective. And many speakers have said, you know, there's an income engine, if you like, that's in production forestry that provides returns and provides money. It also provides a sustainable building material, as the previous speaker has outlined, that uses locked in carbon. And again, forestry produces non-timber benefits. So if you like, from an investment point of view, you're looking for revenue generating activity. It doesn't always have to be from the timber. If there was sufficient revenue from alternative uses, then that can sustain the investment. So economically sustainable forests, they support the provision of non-wood benefits. I think Marina outlined that very clearly in the example she used in Mayo, where they have a woodland project that's basically funded by a production area of forestry generating income. But the non-wood benefits, I suppose, are around environment. You've got CO2 sequestration and biodiversity. On the social side, employment, you've recreation and health and education. And then what's certainly coming to the fore around the areas of investment is about governance. So you've long-term stewardship. And I think we've been used to long-term stewardship in forestry because we typically look at long-term, you know, results. What we do today is going to impact us 40, 50 years down the road. So the long-term stewardship and the focus on that is now around financial and ESG related. One of the problems that we have is because it's so new, there are very few recognized metrics and standards. So it's hard to, you know, we don't have comparable metrics, if you like to say, well, forestry provides this, equities in other sort of activities provide something else. So there's no kind of conformity in terms of metrics and standards. But there are moves to provide that through new EU protocols, and they've developed what they call a taxonomy for sustainable investment. And just to come back to the fundamentals of forest investment, as most of the audience would know, it's typically and historically has been income from growing timber for the use in harvested wood products. So that would be construction timber, wooden pallets in supply chain logistics, wood fuel, which would be, I suppose, a replacement and not necessarily the optimum use, but wood fuel can substitute for fossil fuel use. And that's what underpins the economic return. In Ireland, we've had often intermediate returns either through premia, which are supported by the government, or from thinnings in a sort of a historic standard rotation. You would have thinnings before clearfell. And then on the cost side, which you have to bear in mind, your initial costs are really being laid out at the very start, and you have to carry those costs for a long time before you get the returns from it. So you've got the initial cost and the forest management costs. The non-timber benefits, what's really been highlighted lately are around carbon sequestration, you know, through Ireland's climate change mitigation targets. And they're certainly income generating in other countries through carbon trading schemes. Then we also have other ecosystem services. So in many ways, they're viewed as foregone revenue, again, because there isn't really a good system to provide people with a return from providing those ecosystem services. It is income generating in other countries. So for example, in the US, they have mechanisms where you can trade development potential in your land, what's called a development easement, where it means that your forest is locked up forever. You know, in this country, once you plant a forest, you have to maintain that forest. But in other countries, people are free to clear woods and actually use them for other purposes. So there are mechanisms to provide you, compensate you for the permanence of keeping an area under forest. Other areas, there are biodiversity incomes that can be generated. Again, in the US, there's what's called mitigation banking, which is where if somebody is doing a development project, there may be some environmental impact. What they can do is buy credits from somebody who's taken a depleted natural ecosystem. They've a bit like sort of peatland re-wetting. where they've maybe wetlands that they've regenerated. There's a system where they're measured and the biodiversity contributions of those are measured and credits are allocated, and they can be sold to a developer to offset any other negative impacts that what they're doing might do. Recreation is certainly another area. There's certainly not much by way of recreational revenue in this country. And another side is forest food. And we noted recently that in Denmark, one of the best restaurants in the world is actually bases their menu, and they have several Michelin stars. Their menu is based on food that's foraged from the woodlands. So there is a potential area, if you like, for further revenue from forest food. So the question is there a trade-off then between timber production and non-timber benefits? And I suppose another question you have are there trade-offs as well between carbon sequestration and other ecosystem services? And I've mentioned there the conservation easements, mitigation bankings, and carbon trading. So balancing the sustainability objectives. So, return on investment is a necessary pillar of sustainable investment. So we talk about environment, social, and economic, and nothing else can happen without economically underpinning that activity. Carbon sequestration is a benefit, no reliable mechanism in Ireland yet. And one of the things maybe just to throw into the debate is around production forestry and the amount of carbon that sequesters, and others have referred to it too. But this is a table based on the Teagasc carbon calculator that they produced. And what I did was run some, let's say, run a rotation or run the life of a forest crop for up to 100 years. And on average, a broadleaf crop over that 100 years, the GPC6 generates an average annual mean CO2 sequestration of 1.96 tons per hectare. If we move to beech, which is a higher productivity, that gets up to an average of 3.34 per annum. When we look at something like GPC3, which is Sitka spruce, with 10% higher productivity broadleaves, we're now almost double, up to 6.58 tons of CO2 per hectare and per annum. And if we in fact went for 100%, let's say yield class 24 Sitka spruce, that potentially gives you over 8 tons per annum of sequestered CO2 on an annual basis. One of the things as well, when we put a name of sustainability around investment, I sort of reference sustainability as maybe an evolution. It's certainly not, it's not a permanent definition. This is maybe just a little provocative or whatever, but in 2009, there was a policy shift to promote the use of diesel as an alternative fuel to petrol, on the grounds that it was more, it would produce or generate less carbon dioxide. And I was one of the unfortunates who actually took the plunge and got a diesel car after that. But then I found out I was the devil incarnate, because in a later sort of later publications and later knowledge about what diesel was doing and the outputs from diesel, it's now become demonized really, and there's a big push away from diesel. In fact, back probably towards obviously with promoting electric, but also through hybrid petrol rather than diesel cars. In a forestry context as well, these concepts of sustainability do change. So we have something which we call the evolution, the working forest easement has come about. And this is really from the US. Maine is one of those states that's very focused on environmental issues. And at an early stage of conservation works, they decided to close the forest gate. And that was how they did conservation. But what they found afterwards was that communities were depleted, people were losing jobs. So they changed the model to what they call a working forest easement, which allows production to take place, produce timber. So very much a changed approach. Another thing too in forestry practice is and this is just published last month. In
2 more minutes, Brandon.
Okay. A survey, what they found was things like clear cutting. We've a lot of promotion of continuous cover forestry, but what they've concluded in Maine, and this was people from these were naturalists who were doing these surveys of 1 million acres. They're saying cutting down trees isn't necessarily bad for birds. And what they talked about was a concept of a shifting mosaic. So you get the role of commercial forestry practices in conserving biodiversity. And they found that where you had clearfells areas and this mosaic of clearfells and younger forests coming through, it actually increased the health of bird populations in those areas. So again, it's just something to consider, is that, you know, our ideas of today won't necessarily be the best practice tomorrow. And if I look again, an issue there for the Slieve Bloom Mountains SPA, and this is produced by the NPWS, the version they produced around, and we have a lot of talk about optimum habitat for hen harrier. But what they found is that the early stages of new and second rotation conifer plantations are the most frequently used nesting sites. So this is where you've got, again, this mosaic of clearfell areas that can actually enhance the development and sustainability of ground nesting birds. So again, my point is nothing's set in stone. We need to continue to learn. We need to continue to evolve. And the idea of saying one thing bad, one thing good, the ground tends to shift on those things over time. And we've seen in the UK, we've got the Woodland Carbon Code is now coming out. So that's another evolutionary process. And we'd certainly hope to see something like that. And from a timber growers perspective, Irish Timber Growers Association, that's something we're certainly looking for. And I welcome the suggestions from the Minister this morning that we should see some progress around the ability of generating income from carbon. I'll just maybe move quickly through these, but this is just an international study again, the US National Academy of Sciences. Most of the researchers in that were actually from the Nature Conservancy, but they identified the concept of reforestation as having the greatest, and the scale is so large they had to cut the bars here that you'll see. Forestry has just one of the greatest natural climate solutions that were available.
Brendan, you're out of time now.
Okay, so I'll just say, well, this is something we in our own forests we've done. We do have some properties where we can see elements of multiple use. We've used a forest actually close to Charleville that somebody else referenced this morning, but just across the road from it, we've a forest at Clonad, and we've run things like education days. We've also done forest food days, foraging days, things like that. So there is certainly multiple use within what you might consider to be an investment portfolio. And I just skip, well, you know, one of the things really that's important in the areas around governance. So because it's a long-term asset, you need to actually make sure that those assets are governed and protected. And that's something which you take is very important. I'll just skip that, maybe just to summarize. Sustainability, it has been embedded in forestry practice over the centuries, really. Now, the concepts of sustainability is what's changed over time. You know, what does constitute sustainability? Ireland, we have to remember, is coming from a very low forest base. It has the highest potential as a natural climate solution for climate change, but it needs the economic sustainability to support the non-timber benefits. And to some extent, there may be trade-offs. So if we're compensated sufficiently for the biodiversity benefits, then we can focus or zone in on that. So it's about just getting that balance of returns for people. And again, the point about this is to save people in the future, to provide them with an income to live post-retirement. And finally, just governance is absolutely critical in any investment undertaking. So
thank you, Brendan.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Brendan. Just to mention too, there's about 38, I think, of questions that have been asked. Over the course of the next two talks, if the speakers have already spoken, wish to respond to any of them directly within the Q&A, you actually can do that. And some of them are very specific to individual speakers. So you could have a look at that over the next couple of talks while listening in at the same time. So our next speaker is Dr. David Stiles. Dave Stiles is a lecturer in environmental engineering at University Limerick with a PhD from TCD. Outside of academia, he has worked in the European Commission and the Environmental Protection Agency. He specializes in advanced life cycle assessment of the bioeconomy with an emphasis on understanding intersystem sustainability. And David's topic is the role of forestry in achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Over to you, David.
Okay, thanks very much, Matt. And apologies if I'm a little bit croaky today. I'm suffering from cold, I'm afraid. So firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge co-authors who've been involved in various projects on this title slide here in NUIG and University of Bangor and Teagasc. And what I'd like to talk about today in particular is the specific role of forestry in achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions in the second half of this century, which is going to be a big challenge, but it follows on nicely from the point that Brendan made about forestry being one of the major natural climate solutions that we have available to us. So I'd like to just briefly define what we mean by climate neutrality, how we can achieve a balance in Ireland by 2050, but crucially then how we can go on to sustain that balance beyond 2050 and the role of forestry and wood products in doing that, and draw some conclusions. So firstly, I think there's a huge amount of debate at the moment about the carbon budget and the big 51% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. We've got an even bigger challenge by 2050 to get an absolute zero net emission to achieve climate neutrality. And the question is, how do we do that and how do we define it? So firstly, it's important to say that methane is a big part of emissions from Ireland, and it looks like methane is likely to be treated separately in future targets because it's a short-lived gas. It's a very important greenhouse gas, and it needs to be cut pretty dramatically by up to 50% globally. And Ireland's fair share of that cut could imply a 30 to 80% reduction relative to 2010 emissions, and we're already 14% above. So that's going to involve some dramatic action in the Irish agricultural land sector, probably need significant destocking of animals, which leads to the need for alternative land uses. In terms of nitrous oxide emissions and carbon dioxide, we can treat them, we can deal with them with the GWP 100 metric that we use for the national inventory. And in doing that, it means we need to balance, we need to firstly minimize all emissions of nitrous oxide and carbon dioxide, but then we need to balance out any emissions with sinks. And that's where we have a very large demand for carbon dioxide removal, as we call it in the future. And that's where forestry comes in. And just to highlight the scale of this, for every 1 kilogram of nitrous oxide that's emitted, we're going to require 260 to 300 kilograms of CO2 to neutralize that nitrous oxide. We have a lot of nitrous oxide coming off livestock production, fertilizer application, etc. And that's why we're going to need a very large sink if we want to maintain agricultural production in the future. So just to emphasize, at the moment, we've got our kind of agricultural emissions of about 20 million tons. We've got additional emissions from drained organic soils in the region of 9–10 million tons of CO2 equivalent annually. We've got small temporary sink of grassland, of carbon in grassland mineral soils. And we've got a declining sink in forestry of between 4.5 and 6 million tons if we account for harvested wood products in that. And that's declining quite rapidly because of the dynamics of forestry at the moment. And the picture is going to get worse when we apply these new organic soil emission factors to forestry that was planted on organic soils in the past. And that's going to come through in much lower net offset in the inventory in the coming years. So we have to basically move from 25 million tons of CO2 net emission down to zero in the next 30 years. It's quite a big challenge, and we're not going to get there without quite dramatic change in the vision for how to achieve that change. Really, this is a zero-sum game. So the point of this slide is just to show that we can be less ambitious in some things if we want. Like if we only reduce agricultural emissions by 25%, then it means we've got to be exceedingly ambitious in our forestry targets and have up to 1 million hectares of forest planted by 2050, extra forest, simply to offset those emissions from agriculture and organic soils. If, on the other hand, we can drive down agricultural emissions by 75% and re-wet 75% of drained organic soils, then we reduce the net area that we need to have forests to achieve balance down to 0.3 to 0.4 million hectares additional forest by 2050. So the level of ambition in the different parts of the land sector is going to determine how much forestry we need to offset those emissions to achieve balance. So it's a necessarily ambitious zero-sum game. If we look at the trajectory of what happens when you start planting large areas of forest in Ireland, we can see that if we look at the first decade, and this baseline actually is quite optimistic because it's based on an economic optimized rotation pattern, which is not what we're seeing now. So we're probably going to reach our carbon cliff a lot sooner than is shown in this graph. But nonetheless, the point here is that from the new forests below this baseline black line, we don't really see much benefit, even if we start planting very soon, until well after 2030. And that benefit really extrapolates out to quite big sinks by 2050. But this is important in terms of the carbon budget, because we talk a lot, we're focused very much on the carbon budget now by 2030, and that's what we need to do to get early emission cuts. But that forestry is not really going to deliver big offsets within that time frame. So we need to think longer term when we talk about forestry, but that longer term thinking needs to be coupled with very quick action, or action in the near future, because it takes a long time for those actions to translate into the sinks that we need by 2050 and beyond. So let's talk about how we might think about future credits associated with current actions in relation to forestry. Can we draw into the current budget period future credits that arise because of forestry that's planted before 2030? Those could be important levers to incentivize action now. So that was something about the balance and the level of ambition that we need. And so you could see, if I just go back, we're going to need very ambitious planting rates of between 13 and 40,000 hectares per year if we want to offset all the emissions that we think we're going to have just within the land sector. If we think about a 50% agricultural reduction, emission reduction, and a 75% reduction in organic soil emissions, we're looking at something like 20,000 hectares a year, which is achievable, but obviously very ambitious compared with current planting and recent planting. So that was about neutrality, how we achieve it by 2050. Obviously, it's important that we sustain that neutrality through time, because we don't just achieve it in 2050 and then the problem goes away. We've got to maintain a balance in emissions longer term, and this is where some people have perhaps critiqued or suggested that forestry might be more limited. And in the rest of this presentation, I don't want to take away from the importance of conservation forests and natural forests and the really important role they're going to play in biodiversity. But I do want to focus on the particularly important role that we have for commercial forestry in Ireland. And that's based on some recent work that we've done with Bangor University that Stuart actually referred to earlier on this morning, looking at 100-year mitigation from commercial forestry. And we can see that if we look at the blue part of the bars, this is the terrestrial carbon that we usually think about. And we do have a little mini carbon cliff if we've got a very ambitious 30,000 hectare per year planting strategy in the UK. We will get a mini carbon cliff in terrestrial carbon, but that will be more than compensated by all the additional offsets in harvested wood product carbon storage, in concrete substitution, in fossil fuel offsets, even though we anticipate much less fossil fuel offset in the future when we use wood for energy. And potentially longer term, we're going to have bioenergy carbon capture and storage, which will further augment the long-term mitigation of forestry. So it's really important that we stack all these things up to consider the net long-term mitigation that can be achieved by forestry. And when we do that, we're more than doubling the total mitigation that we'd otherwise account for just by looking at the large terrestrial sink alone. So that was the first part of the forestry cycle, if you like, the terrestrial carbon, which we're very familiar with and we know is going to play a big role in mitigation. Of course, when we harvest that wood, as we've seen this morning in various presentations, we can use that wood for lots of useful purposes. And as much of that wood as we can possibly get into long-lived products, then the better in terms of long-term carbon storage. And the big advances in cross-laminated timber, in glulam, for using wood in much more innovative ways in large buildings, for example. And if we do that, we can lock the carbon that's stored, that's brought down into those growing trees away for an extra 50, 70 years plus in harvested wood products, which are used in buildings. So we can see these lifetimes of these typical wood products here. Using it for things like packaging, we get a much shorter additional lifespan of that carbon being knocked out of the atmosphere. But nonetheless, we've got to add up all these credits and think about the extra carbon storage that's offered downstream from the forests, and that delays the emission to the atmosphere. In addition to creating carbon storage, as we saw this morning, we've also got offsets, and timber framed houses have a lower carbon footprint than masonry houses because we're avoiding significant amounts of concrete block. We can also avoid significant amounts of steel if we're using glulam and other structural timber. We could also potentially be using wood to provide cellulose-based bioplastics and replace fossil-based plastics. So we end up with these substitution credits by replacing all of these materials with wood. And we could achieve those credits in the future, both directly from harvested wood, but also from cascading use of wood after it's been used in buildings. There's no reason it couldn't be used in other lower grade products subsequently, like bioplastics, for example. And that contributes significantly, that substitution to future credits. And then at the end of the value chain, so of course we'll have some offcuts and we'll have some wood that's not much use for anything else when we harvest, some thinnings, and that could go straight into bioenergy. But we can also utilize wood as a second or third use in bioenergy after it's been through buildings and bioplastics and packaging, etc. And that of course achieves some fossil fuel substitution, probably less in the future because we could be talking about 100 years down the line, but nonetheless it could still be important for baseload electricity generation, etc. But also what's important here is that we're much more likely to see successful commercial implementation of carbon capture and storage technologies in the longer term, like 80, well, say towards the end of this century, it's much more likely to be viable. And according to most of the IPCC scenarios, BECCS is going to play a very big role. That's bioenergy with carbon capture and storage is going to play quite a big role in achieving that balance between emissions and removals in the second half of the century. So it's important that somehow we try to get this technology to work. But a really important point here is that trees buy a lot of time to get that technology to work, because rather than growing crops and having to put those crops into bioenergy today or tomorrow, we're growing trees which sequester the wood now. That wood can be used in various products. It might be 100, even more years down the line before we actually burn that wood for energy. And that's when we've got very good prospects of BECCS actually working. So in that way, we can see that forestry can really contribute towards a very long-term sustainable climate neutrality if we use the wood wisely. So coming back to Aileen Forster's paper, which those graphs came from, she basically looked at the product breakout coming from the sawmill, and she looked at different types of wood use, a hierarchical value chain where we have a cascading use of wood, and a bioenergy heavy value chain where we still use the quality sawn wood, the 20% of wood for building materials, but we use the rest as bioenergy, and in future years that will be linked with BECCS. But what was surprising is that across all the different forest types, she also looked at natural forest cover without harvesting with slower growing species. The single most important factor was actually tree growth rate, which is not that surprising. That the faster the trees grow, the more carbon they bring down into the wood. It was quite surprising, though, that the actual long-term 100-year mitigation was quite insensitive to whether or not the trees were harvested and to how the wood was used, because you can see all the downstream benefits that arise from cascading wood use. In many ways, these kind of cancel one another out. You can leave the trees in the ground, but then you don't get the downstream wood use benefits, or you can use the wood and you obviously reduce your terrestrial carbon storage, but you get all these downstream benefits. Even if carbon capture and storage failed to be successfully deployed in the future, the result was only 4 to 8% less overall mitigation from forestry value chains over 100 years. And in part, that was because failure to deploy CCS also means we're likely to see more emissions and therefore more emission substitution by substituting fossil energy generation on the grid in the future. In the UK, for example, a lot of natural gas is still supposed to be a fuel under climate neutral scenarios into the 2050s, 2060s and beyond. So we've got some current choices to make in terms of the rate of planting, the types of tree and the location, which have been discussed this morning. But I think a really important point is that once trees have been planted, we do have a choice in the future whether or not to harvest those trees, how to use the wood, and whether that can be combined with CCS. And to some extent, these things don't matter so much now because we've got the choice in the future as to which strategy to employ depending on the future context. So in that sense, planting the trees now to start taking up the carbon now is actually offering us a huge amount of flexibility to achieve climate neutrality in the longer term. In conclusion, we know that hundreds of thousands of hectares of afforestation are going to be absolutely essential to meet climate neutrality in Ireland. There's no other way around it without completely losing all our animal production. That's not even thinking about additional offsets we need for the rest of the economy. So we simply have to be very ambitious in tree planting if we want to have any hope of meeting neutrality. Therefore, we need to find ways of paying farmers to plant trees in various forms now to avoid emissions from livestock, but also to offset emissions. And that could be linked with some immediate mitigation and a just transition. And doing this, of course, increases the possibility for future livestock production because we're generating the overheads to cover the removals to cover those emissions in the future. And that's very important if we want to maintain a sustainable livestock sector into the future. We've also got an opportunity to develop high-value bio-based industries in the next 10 to 40 years to use that additional harvested wood. If we have a very ambitious planting strategy employed in the near future, we're going to end up with a lot of wood in 30, 40, 50, 60 years' time. And we've got time to plan for that, to develop those bio-based industries to utilize that wood in a useful way. And this can support wider decarbonisation across multiple sectors, including construction and energy, commercialise new bio-based products. And there's no reason that Ireland couldn't be a leader in these. So it comes back to the idea that we've got multiple future opportunities associated with tree planting now, but it does require vision and it requires coordinated planning across sectors. So that's it for me. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, David. And you've made a pretty strong case there for why it's necessary to plant a lot more trees in Ireland. And hopefully the vision and strategy that we're working on at the moment will really help set the direction for all of that. So that was a great presentation. So our final speaker today is Joe O'Hara. Joe O'Hara is a forestry consultant, professional forester, and an ICF approved coach. She was formerly the Chief Executive Officer of Scottish Forestry and Scotland's Chief Forester. She is Vice Chair of ChangeWorks and is a trustee and council member for the Institute of Chartered Foresters. A strong advocate for sustainable resource management. Current clients include the Irish Government and European Forestry Institute, while she is currently working on a large-scale community development project in Scotland. Many of you will also know that Project Woodland is implementing the recommendations that were made by Joe O'Hara in a report last year. So Joe is going to speak to us about the reality of multifunctional forestry. Thank you very much, Joe. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Matt, and thanks for allowing me to join today.
You just need to share your video there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Just sorry, Matt.
Okay.
Should be coming up now. I can see it isn't. Hold on, I'll try again. Yeah, it's all right, I'll try again.
Okay. Yeah, something is coming up. Here, there it is.
There we go.
Yeah, brilliant. Excellent. Off we go.
Right, I'll start again. Right, hi everyone, and thanks very much for inviting me here today. It's just been such a privilege over this last year to join you on this journey for Ireland's trees. So, and also quite a privilege coming last, although been watching all the presentations this morning, and it's just been fantastic. Just such a great diversity and richness and quality of presentations. It's really good to get all the different perspectives. I think I'm going to be picking up a lot of these in my presentation today as we go through. So, so that's quite good. And apologies if I repeat anything. So what am I going to talk about? First of all, I want to pick up this thread of multifunctional forestry in an Irish context. And probably what I'll be doing is summarising a lot of and putting my take on what's come out of today and giving another couple of international examples. Then I'll start digging around in, so what is this right mix of functions? This word right keeps appearing everywhere at the moment. So what is the right mix of functions when we talk about multifunctionality? And then finally, which one of the other presenters mentioned is the role of the professional forester. So I sit on the Institute of Chartered Foresters Council, and obviously this is the sister organisation, Society of Irish Foresters. So I wanted to bring all of this great talk that we've had about trees and soils and forests and carbon and all the rest of it, and bring it back to our role as professional foresters in that mix. So first of all, and this should be the least sorry, I just need to change something on my screen. There you go. This is the only kind of very technical slide on my presentation, and you'll have it in the handouts at the end. But what this is explaining is what I mean when I talk about ecosystem services. It's been raised quite a few times today, and I just think definitions are so important. So this is the best example that I've seen of explaining what ecosystem services are. And it's a common classification of ecosystem services from the European Environment Agency. And it starts to unpack the difference between the actual structure or process and function into what the services are, and then into the goods and benefits. So when I talk about ecosystem services today, what I'm going to be talking about is this middle box here. The services that flow from forest management, land management, are generally categorized as provisioning, like wood, supporting, like biodiversity, regulating, like climate, and cultural, which includes recreation, health, and landscape. Point I want to make here is this is a definition. I think it's important to put it in so you know what I'm talking about, but this is a developing international language. I don't want to get too hung up on semantics, but we do all need to be able to speak the same language and know what we're talking about. So here's an example from the tropics, but actually a lot of the principles apply here. And I just like this slide because it starts to grapple with this multifunctionality of ecosystem services. And what you can see here is 5 different possible examples of silvicultural approaches in a tropical country. It doesn't matter where it is. And then what it does is says whether you're looking at plantation with clear fell and rotations, or agroforestry or ecological restoration, what is that doing to the flow of ecosystem services? And there you'll see that reference to provisioning, supporting, and regulating services. This is just one way of looking at this. And you'll notice it's qualitative. It's not particularly quantitative, but it's putting out there that different approaches will have different impacts on different service flows. And I think hearing the different perspectives this morning on whether we're talking about native, whether we're talking about productive, whether we're talking about both, whether we're talking about clear fell, continuous cover, all of these are options, and they all have different value flows from them, and different people will have different ideas about that. So I'll come back to that later. Okay, so this is an example of ecosystem services linked to silviculture. And given that what we're talking about is multifunctional forestry, this is what I see as the function flows. So some other definitions there about multifunctional forestry. So I was looking around this, and there's lots of references in the new forestry strategy, European forestry strategy, and elsewhere about multifunctional forestry. But also there's lots of places where it doesn't appear. Specifically, look for the word function. It doesn't actually appear very many places. But if you look at a lot of other definitions, wherever you see sustainable forest management mentioned, you always see multiple benefits and multiple functions mentioned implicitly, if not explicitly. So this is the United Nations Sustainable Forest Management definition, which doesn't mention multifunctionality, but it does talk about the economic, social, environmental values. So it's absolutely there. You come to the EU Forest Europe definition. Again, different language to say the same thing. Sustainable forest management is multifunctional forest management. You cannot have sustainable forest management without multifunctional management. Okay, so what does this theory look like in the real world? I'm going to say a bit about what's been happening in Germany here to make a point. Germany has deep forest culture and tradition with extensive areas of forest that have been managed for centuries, largely based on native species, in their case, Norway spruce. Often these forests are held up as examples of responsible, sustainable forest management, providing a wide range of ecosystem services, often managed on a non-clear fell basis, supporting wildlife, protecting watercourses, and underpinning significant economic sector, providing low carbon materials, i.e. wood. But these forests in some parts of Germany have now turned from that amazing asset into a liability. In 2018, around the time of 2018, there was a drought, an extreme drought in Germany, which was then followed by a huge beetle outbreak. This devastated very large areas of forest of native species managed for multifunctionality. The result of this damage equates to a value that is 10 times the annual net revenue of the German forestry sector. Reduced income and increased costs from salvage, harvesting, damaged trees that could not be sold, loss in value through premature harvesting. That economic damage at 12.8 billion euros relates only to the ecosystem service of timber production. It doesn't include the ecosystem services that aren't valued, including the carbon. And much of this is in private ownership. If the forests aren't regenerated by owners and owners don't make that investment back in these forests, this becomes a major environmental liability for Germany. And federal and state governments now have to decide what to do in that area. So my point of bringing this up is not just to terrify you and to depress everybody at the end of what's been a brilliant morning, but it's actually to make the point that what constitutes the right management, the sustainable forest management, the right mix of functions varies by both location and time. 10 years ago, nobody would have even considered that these forests that are such exemplars of multifunctional management could be turning it into a liability. But we have to carry this in our minds as foresters. The right answer is defined by the point in time at which we ask that question. So how does this apply in Ireland at the moment? Now, Marina put this so much better than me. She's obviously just like way closer to all of this. I've been working with you for the last year. So this is, apologies, this is not scientific. It's just some of the things that I've picked up. So if I look at the multifunctionality that's coming through from Irish forests and that I've heard the most talked about, provisioning, lots of talk about wood. But to follow up on Brendan's comments about wood production, what type? What are we growing this wood for? Is it for structural grade timber? Is it for board production? Is it for biomass? So even within provisioning, there's a question there. The regulating functions, water quality, just I would say it seems to be the top issue that is raised in terms of issues to do with water in Ireland. That's what I've heard from many stakeholders. Obviously then, and we just had that fantastic presentation from David, which was really clear about the climate functions of forestry in Ireland and just how vital that is for getting to net zero. We've had some great presentations from Porrick and from Elaine about the supporting function of forests and also some of the negative impacts on biodiversity. And then obviously there's the cultural ones, and there's been some great references there to the cultural impacts of forestry. So Irish multifunctionality, if we unpack it, it seems to come down to these stories is what I've picked up. Now, just comparing this a bit with my own experience in Scotland, I think in Scotland, if I was doing a similar list, we'd hear a lot more about sustaining rural populations. I think you heard that from Stuart earlier on today. That's a really big issue here. And also this point of shelter for stock has been a big deal here, and improving stock production and making it more efficient in carbon terms and in economic terms, and flood prevention. So if we're speaking about the right tree in the right place for the right reasons, what is the right mix of functions to consider? So this comes down to whatever your reason for planting and managing trees, the forester has to consider all the functions. Deciding the value of those functions and what you'll do to optimize them depends ultimately on where you are and who the stakeholders are, what their values are. That includes who's paying and who owns the land, but also the other stakeholders who will be impacted. So the first question is, what are the values for different people and how do they vary by location? The second point is this will inevitably lead to trade-offs. We've heard a lot about this today, but it also might lead to synergies. So you can get native woodland shelter and pollution control all being delivered from one woodland. And this is where scale comes in. And again, just sort of thinking back to Marina's presentation and some of the work that Quilter's doing, you can't do everything on one piece of land. And I've used this slide before, so apologies to any of you who've seen it. This is an example from the English Lake District of the multifunctionality at scale. If you look at the right scale, you really can often deliver everything. So in here, we've got third rotation productive forest. Products from here have gone into construction. So that's the third set of sequestered carbon being stored. The trees around the lake are helping to protect it, and that's Coniston Water, which is a protected lake, and it's helping it for runoff from agricultural pollution. There are pockets of ancient semi-natural woodland with nationally rare species up at this end of the forest. There are trees on farms here, which are helping farmers to manage their stock. And of course, there's the bare hills, which is supporting livestock and their own vital wildlife and bird life away from woodland predators. And this is all in one of the most heavily used areas for outdoor recreation in England, if not in Europe. So my point here is that I don't think there is ever a right answer to the right mix of functions in a multifunctional woodland, but there are good answers. And so I identify them, we need informed pragmatism so that the right answer does not become the enemy of the good. We really have to watch out for this. There is no perfect answer. And if there's a perfect answer today, it will not be the perfect answer in 10 years' time. Which brings me on to the role of the forester. I'm very proud of my profession. I sit on the Council of the Institute of Chartered Foresters, whose role is to uphold professional standards and to represent the profession in the UK. And it is a profession, rich, complex, rewarding, as the previous slide illustrates. Feels a wee bit grandiose to say this, but the more I see, hear and read about the world's resource and climate crisis, our professional role as informed and practical professionals in developing and stewarding our tree resources is absolutely pivotal. So to go back to basics, and again, another definition, which I always include in my presentations, is this is what I understand as forestry. The science and craft of managing trees and woodland for a purpose. I should probably change this to a range of purposes if we're genuinely talking about multifunctional forests. It's a simple definition, but the reality is that forestry professionals need to find a way to navigate through our polarized world. This picture, I'm sure, is very familiar to many people in the room. It comes from Leitrim, and the really passionate concerns of some of the stakeholders in that area who've had it, and they just don't want, they're unprepared to take any more spruce. And then you sit that alongside presentations such as we've just seen today, and from David Stiles in particular, about the trillions of trees that are needed, just how vital we need the trees. And right in the middle of all of this are us as foresters who have to take these decisions. So yes, there's lots of science, and we've heard lots about the science today, but there is also craft. And I would say also a little bit of magic. And that's sometimes how it feels being caught in the middle. So what is the role of forester? Yes, our traditional skills that brought us into the sector in the first place, which I'm sure all professionals here will have a good grounding in. That includes obviously silviculture and soils, species selection, harvesting techniques, all of these things that are kind of very familiar when you think of what a forester does. But also we need to be adding to these if we're going to achieve what's needed. The skills that we gained 10, 20 years ago or more need to be built on if we're going to do our job effectively. In particular, keeping up to date and understanding, having a deep understanding of regulations, however hard that may be, and I feel your pain there. Understanding finances and how those finances are changing. Just look at what's happening with international carbon markets and the investment markets, as we heard earlier from Brendan. We need to get better at connecting with stakeholders and recognizing their own values and how we incorporate them. and our design. The way of cracking all of this is through good design. So what is the role of forester then? We need to be aware and understanding of the potential and desired functions of the woods that we create and manage. We need to understand the trade-off and risks that we're facing. We absolutely need to be open to new approaches. And the importance of, I think at the moment, continuing professional development cannot be overstated. Things are changing so rapidly that things we were all taught 30, 20, even 10 years ago are changing. We have to maintain our awareness and learning. And we need to hone our skills in listening, explaining, and implementing. It's about design and delivery. So to use a metaphor, a forester has to be the architect, the engineer, and the builder. Tough gig, but it does make it really interesting. So in conclusion then.
Great, okay.
Yeah, I'm there, Matt. All forests are multifunctional. Sustainable forest management has to recognise and balance these forests. These words are interchangeable. You cannot be sustainable without being multifunctional. The values associated with those functions are subjective. Different people assign different values to the different functions. They're dependent on the location and they do change over time. So there's no perpetual right answer, but there are loads of good solutions if we apply ourselves and apply particularly good forest design. And to do that, we need modern forest professionals. And I'll refer, and I can't remember who was the previous speaker, but a number of people mentioned the importance of skills and development. And boy, does the planet need good forest professionals at the moment. So on that point, I'll wrap up, Matt, because I'm sure everybody's desperate for Q&A and also to get to the end of the conference. So I'll end my presentation there. I'll just finish sharing.
Thank you very much, Jo. And Aina, I think, Aina, are you going to come back in again here? Hi, Aina.
There I am. I haven't died. I'm here still. It's great. I must say I enjoyed all that. I don't know how anyone can listen to the wonderful presentations, read all the questions, read all the answers at the same time. And I'm a woman. You think I should be able to do it if anyone could, because if you're reading the stuff, then you're not listening. So, you know, it's difficult. It's difficult to ask people for questions and answers and then realize they've all bloody well been answered by the people themselves because I haven't had time to read them because I've been listening. But maybe you've been able to do it because you're a man. You probably have been able to do all of this.
I'm completely incapable of multitasking, Aina. Completely incapable of it. But look, they were just, I have learned so much this morning. Like so much. It's been a hugely valuable experience for me personally, you know, just to listen to all the presentations. I think I was just thinking about how to frame the next 40 minutes or so. And like the title of the conference is about what I call now the 4 R's, okay? The right trees in the right places for the right reasons with the right management. And really, the point of the conference is to try and dig in a little bit to what that actually means. Like everybody seems to agree, look, this is a good idea. You know, it can really be a center point of the vision of the future for forestry in Ireland. But how do we really get to a point where we understand what that means? And like that the reasons being hugely important. Like why are we doing this? Why do we plant trees in the first place? What are the reasons? How are they linked to the multiple benefits that can be achieved? And the rooting of it all in 2 things, in evidence and data and research, first of all, and science, but equally important and probably even more important in sustainable development. So in those 3 pillars of sustainable development, people, planet, prosperity, that forestry can just deliver on all of them if it's done well. And then there's a second thing I thought in framing the discussion, understanding the barriers and the constraints. Like, why aren't we doing way better at this in Ireland than we are at the moment? You know, what can we do about that? And then I think we're hugely like we've two speakers from we've Stuart and Joe from abroad today who have been talking about their experiences. So learning from others is always a good idea. You know, what's worked well, what problems, how problems been tackled in other countries. You know, so you know, I think, you know, we can look at some of the questions. A lot of the questions actually have been answered.
Yeah, but that won't stop us discussing them, because
we can do a bit of that. But I wouldn't mind, Dana, if we could maybe first of all invite Stuart and Joe just to come back in again to give their perspectives from Scotland and England about what they think has worked well in relation particularly to the 4 Rs, to the right trees in the right places for the right reasons with the right management. And if there were 2 or 3 things that they would wish to say to us as the things that we should be thinking about in Ireland, what would they be?
That's a good idea. Will we start with Stuart then?
Yeah, okay. Stuart.
Yeah, thanks. I'll kick off and then Joe can fill in the large glaring gaps that I leave. I mean, I think the main things where we've seen there's been success and failure, there's a whole range of reasons for that. And Joe touched on some of them in her own presentation, but I think where we've seen sustainable success has been where there's real political support. You know, at the end of the day, the politicians recognize the benefit of tree planting and will provide the backing for that. They'll provide the means for that, you know, the financial means, you know, for grants, etc. But also they'll give the backing to the foresters and the officials who have to administer it, because, you know, it's been highlighted, when you're having land use, there's going to be change, there's going to be trade-offs, and there's going to be people who are, you know, concerned about that. And you'll never find somewhere where there is no opposition. So you have to find the best places. And that leads me on to consultation, and just good consultation. And I think as an industry, we're still working on that. We're getting better, but we've still got a way to go. And it's about then getting the explanation out there of why we're doing this. You know, what are the benefits that will flow from this activity, and getting the evidence together for that. So I think once we've got those kind of things in place, we can start to move forward.
Certainly, though, I mean, in Ireland, I mean, looking at the conference even today, there still seems to be a polarization. There really is, between trees grown as a crop for timber and our biodiversity, our natural environment, that there seems to be, I mean, Stuart, you alluded to it in Scotland. You were saying you can have one species, you can have all of this, and it will work for biodiversity if it's well managed. Whereas in Ireland, there seems to be a polarization of opinion that this, if you have one species that's not native to Ireland, this is not good for our environment, full stop. Can you address this? Because this is what's happening in Leitrim. Joe showed us those pictures of no more trees here, and it's the highest county with the greatest number of trees, or the greatest percentage cover now of forestry. So for people who live there, it is an issue. So, I mean, where's the magic wand for all of that?
A good question. I mean, I think there's always a challenge, and it almost seems counterintuitive. You'd think where people have experienced forestry around them, they'd have a positive view, but I think that's part of where the sector necessarily hasn't communicated, or it's suffering from negative perceptions from the past, and therefore people feel that it's going to be more of the same rather than something different and better. And of course, land use change creates tensions in themselves, and I know in that part of Ireland there's a lot of resistance from the farming community, because for them they can see that as losing their livelihoods and something else or somebody else coming in. And you know, there's maybe limited opportunities for farm diversification, which is where we try to reassure the farming community that it's not about trying to replace a farmer with a forester, it's about trying to provide diversification opportunities for farming, which will allow farmers to deliver for climate change, but also become hopefully economic resilient. I think the issue about, polarization, biodiversity, productive, I would say I feel there are some people who look at forestry and trees as, is this something you should not make money from? This is something you should not cut down. Trees are somehow magical, and that the way to have, the best thing for biodiversity and the world is that we plant trees which are only native, and then we leave them alone. And then after a few years, we'll have these ancient woodlands with all these wonderful biodiversity that they have. And the world doesn't work that way. And there's also alongside that, I think, a real unwillingness to accept that there is biodiversity benefit from the productive forests that we have. And there's been a lack of evidence to back that up. And I'm sure people in the environmental community will say, but you talk about this and you don't listen to us in that way. And the answer for me in that is conversation. It's having events like this and the ability to then to talk it through and to focus on the evidence. And there just isn't enough of that. But if we get more of that, then I think we'll break down some of these barriers.
And Joe, like your experience from Scotland then on that, like on getting common ground on the collaborative approach to, getting to a point where you can get, both landowners and communities to a point where they can agree on some kind of a common purpose to what's been done in relation to forestry. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I would say it comes down to recognizing and also respecting that different people value things in different ways, and recognizing that some people will put the value of a certain species way above the value that another person would put on carbon, that another person would put on a job in that area. None of those is right or wrong. It's recognizing and acknowledging, and all of us being able to at least acknowledge that there are different value systems in play there, and we need to have a conversation about it. So I think that's my first point, is the values difference. Now, the point that the example that we had was in Scotland was the biggest barrier to woodland creation in Scotland when I was running the Forestry Commission there was farmers felt incredibly threatened. And so there was a huge cultural backlash against any kind of tree planting, either on their own land or also on their neighbour's land. And so we quietly, and I suppose below the radar, had to have conversations that were based on their value system. And their value system was, I've farmed here for 3 generations. These trees mean that my kids aren't going to be able to inherit a working farm. So had that conversation, found out that actually there was some common ground there. And we managed to turn that dialogue around. But it was because we respected each other's values and understood them. We looked for overlaps where there was a shared purpose and concentrated on those rather than the other areas where there were real differences, and did everything we could to call out binaries. And my point in my talk about the difficulty I have, and I'm sorry, Matt, with this word right, is I think we need to be quite careful that we all understand right not to be a binary, and recognize that there are many different rights, and we need to be aware of those and not get driven into binary conversations about, in some places native woodlands are absolutely the right thing to do. That's absolutely fine. In other places, a more productive non-native might be the right thing to do. That's okay. You don't lose anything by supporting it in one place and not supporting it in another.
Yeah.
And I think that's the conversation we need to get to, rather than the binary discussion.
Yeah, actually, just on the binary thing, that my sister Katrina Crow, who some of you may have come across at some point in the media and everything, she's an historian, but she uses a term called complicating the narrative when she talks about our history, And in a way, it's the same with this, because this is a complicated narrative when you're trying to balance social, economic, and environmental issues. and make sustainable development actually happen. You know, it isn't simple. And quite a few people mentioned the binary thing, I think, in their presentations, and that's a real challenge. Just from the rest of the panel, just
I
maybe,
was going to say
sorry,
with Martina,
yeah, go ahead, yeah.
No, I was going to ask Marina, she might have an Irish perspective on the same topic there, yeah.
And a Leitrim perspective, which is why I put my hand maybe to give Joe and Stuart a bit of a dig out there. And I just to start, I completely agree with Joe about that word right. I really don't like that word. And it's really all week when I was trying to even put together that word right. And I even looked up the definition of the word right, which is morally justified and acceptable. I mean, how, you know, to frame the right tree in the right place for the right reasons. But I really appreciated when you said good, and I much prefer that. It's, you know, using the word good and that we're, you know, that we're doing our best. But just with regard to Leitrim, I just would make two comments on that. I think that there was a policy decision made in 2015 that affected definitely the farming and communities in Leitrim. And when up until 2015, we used to have a farmer and a non-farmer rate of premium. When everybody was brought onto the single rate, and again, it was a policy decision, maybe they didn't know the impact of it, but when all forestry was brought on to the same rate, and it brought a huge amount more of investors into the market. So it made the farmland in Leitrim, traditional farmland, went up in price overnight because it made forestry a lot more attractive economically to get this high rate of premium and this high grant. So basically outpriced the local farmers. When forestry was being done in the main by farmers in Leitrim, in the localities, it was a lot more accepted than when it was done by investors. And yeah, you're right, Joe, I don't think this conversation happened. It didn't happen with the people, and maybe people didn't see what was going to happen. But these people in Leitrim feel that they are under attack by investors coming in and buying out all their land. And when they go to the banks and they were looking for money, they couldn't get the same level of investment from the banks for traditional farming practices at the time, which couldn't compete with the incentives in forestry. So that was one conversation that definitely didn't happen and needs to happen. And I think definitely that farmer rate of premium to encourage needs to be reinstated for farmers on a rural development basis nationally around the country, so that forestry and all the benefits associated with it stay in the majority in the local communities as much as possible. And just the second point with regard to that as well, I think when people think about forestry in Leitrim as well, a lot of it is legacy forestry. It's forestry that was done at a different time in the 50s, 60s and 70s, especially in North Leitrim. There's a lot of legacy forests that were established on mountainsides, pure monocultures, very different soils, very different conditions as well. I think that some of those areas can be retrofitted when they're replanted. They can be changed. There can be greater setbacks put in around streams and rivers and houses. There can be more species diversity, but not in all situations, just in certain situations. And I think it's really important that the state, where it can, does that, and as well as private forest owners.
Anyone else from our local parish here in Ireland who wishes to come in on what Stuart and Joe have been saying before we maybe move on to some of the more direct questions?
Can I come in there, Matt, please?
Yeah, John, yeah.
Matt, I think it might be a good time just to mention Project Woodland, which was established in February of this year, because people have raised, you know, a large number of issues, and I think the work that's planned within Project Woodland and the development of the next forestry program, you know, will be critically important to the future of the sector going forward. And like, I know you're very close to the shared approach, the working group, you're chairing that, and I think it might be useful if you could give people just maybe a quick overview of what's planned for the coming months in terms of how I suppose the department and the team of Project Woodland will engage with the forest sector stakeholders and the wider public as well, if that was possible.
Yeah, no problem. I can just very quickly give you a flavour. There's a public and stakeholder engagement program being started up now, and it's going to include things like a public attitude survey, a public consultation. There'll be a public forum and a youth forum as well. So there's quite a broad range of engagements that are planned and are going to be run by the by the Forest Service, who will also be doing a lot of bilateral engagements with the direct stakeholders, many of whom will be here today and are represented on the Forest Policy Group. So I think you can expect to see a fairly major ramping up in the engagement piece over the next while. And the time frame is very tight. Like the objective is actually to have a vision and strategy in place by the end of April, so that there's plenty of time to get the implementation piece worked out for the next forestry program. And this conference as well is really part of the whole thing too, in terms of getting the discussion going. So I'd say there'll be plenty of opportunity to input. But Aina, should we maybe go to a couple of the questions?
Yeah, I think so. If they haven't been already answered, why not? I'm just putting them up there. Yeah. I see Gerhard Gallagher has asked, if in the balancing act of functions, how do we prioritize world demands such as greenhouse gas mitigation and national benefits? Who would like to answer that? Or is there an answer indeed? How do we prioritize the world demands such as greenhouse gas mitigation and national benefits?
That's quite the question.
Marina is saying something, if we unmute her.
No, I'm not really. That is an extremely difficult question. Gerhard, I'd love if you'd give us, I mean that's greenhouse gas. How do we abate greenhouse gas emissions and national benefits? I suppose the sustainable, from a forestry perspective, as sustainable a forestry management model that we can, creating forests that are, that produce wood, that are part of communities, that protect biodiversity, all types of woodland. All trees that are planted are going to sequester carbon, and those that we can, I do think as well, somebody asked a question about continuous cover forestry. It'd be great to see more continuous cover forestry as well in Ireland. Somebody asked a question about research into that as well. There has been some research done in the past. It would be great to see more done in it. It'd be great to see greater kind of funding into education of foresters on it and research into it. I think that will definitely, aid our greenhouse gas emissions as well. So that's my input. If anyone else from the panel wants to
Elaine was going to say something. Where are you, Elaine?
I also can't answer the question, but just to say that from an international perspective, I guess Ireland can only control what we do. So, and we have obligations already in place, like the Paris Agreement and European legislation, the Habitats Directive. So first and foremost, I think, not that we close our eyes to the international situation, but we make sure that we have our ship in order before looking more outward and trying to address problems at a broader scale.
Could I? Stuart, yeah, come in, yeah. Stuart?
Oh, sorry, I thought just one quick perspective on that point, and it's something that we're looking at a lot at the moment. Is we're focusing very much within the UK on how can we deliver on our international commitments around carbon, and we talk about the importance of biodiversity. But at the same time, there's a lot of push to say, if we're going to create new woodland, especially in England, it should be about biodiversity, and it should be about recovering biodiversity in England. However, at the same time, we're the second largest net importer of timber in the world. We want to consume a lot more wood. The rest of the world wants to use more wood. The rest of the world's not producing more wood. So essentially, there is a real argument there about saying, well, should we focus on the biodiversity in England and then expect the rest of the world to provide us with their wood products, which puts pressure on fragile forests overseas, deforestation? That to me doesn't feel right. So I think we always have to have one eye on our international responsibilities and not just think about what we feel is right in our own backyard.
There was a lot of comment on Pádraig's presentation and a lot of questions which he did answer himself, but perhaps Pádraig might like to come back now and have an overall view at this stage. Would we ask you to say a few words, Pádraig?
Thanks, Annie. Yeah, I did reply. I have to remind myself what some of the questions were.
Oh, it was the attitude of you know, planting trees, you know, and that if they weren't good for biodiversity in people's eyes, they shouldn't really be there at all. And this approach that the Irish Wildlife Trust has to this was generally, I think, the theme of it.
Yeah, there was one question, say, about hen harriers and ground nesting birds and so on. The role of commercial forestry in some of these areas. I mean, forestry is still it's very much a live and very contentious issue on the ground. You know, I know what we've been talking about today is you know, quite broad and visionary stuff, which is great, but we still have very acute issues on the ground. The hen harrier is a good one. Hen harrier is a very threatened bird of prey. We were promised a threat response plan for hen harriers. I think it's 8 years ago now. That still hasn't been published. And forestry operations are a very, very significant threat to the hen harrier. I mean, as Elaine says, we really have to get our house in order. We have to start complying with European legislation in so many different areas, and I think that must be a priority. But you know, obviously, we have to look beyond mere legislative compliance. Is surely the floor of what we need to be doing.
Thanks, Pádraig. We might just bring Joe and David back in there. I notice your hands are up. Joe first, maybe, and then David.
Yeah, mine was at the point on the earlier one, which was about this balancing and sort of picking up on Stuart's point about, yes, it's very easy to start to slip into this forest, this type of forest thinking at the stand level is the best for carbon. Therefore, we need to take that stand level model and apply it, use that as the paintbrush to colour things in. And this is where design comes in. I think forest design is just so vital. And that is how you manage to get multiple outputs from the same piece of land. The changing dynamics of the economy, as timber prices go up, there should be more scope to do more interesting types of forest design and still give acceptable returns to investors. That's what I would really like to see. When the returns were really low and the margins were really low, it was really, really hard to squeeze any kind of margin out without just doing really basic, pretty numb forest design. I think the economics are changing now, and I think that gives us an opportunity to do much more creative forest design and have more of a patchwork. So that was my point on the balancing question.
Okay, thanks. And David?
Thanks, Matt. There's still a few points, I suppose, relating to the greenhouse gas versus other benefits. And there was the idea of our international commitments. But I think our international commitments with climate change are really met by getting our own house in order, because that's how we contribute to the Paris Agreement. It's about achieving neutrality at a national level. But then how much we have to do that and how much carbon sequestration we need, it's not just down to the forestry sector, because forestry is the sector that's being asked essentially to do the offsets for all the other sectors. So really we need to think about where forestry fits with other sectors, and there needs to be a kind of more national level intersectoral plan for that to decide, because that determines how much we need of carbon sequestration versus other services that we can deliver for the forestry, from forestry. And in relation to that, I suppose there's a bit of animosity, not just between different types of forestry or foresters, but between farming, traditional farming and forestry, as has been alluded to earlier on. And in some ways that's not, I think there is a big shared common ground. I mean, I like Joe's kind of description there of how farmers were kind of convinced in Scotland of the benefit of trees. And I think the same needs to be done in Ireland, because trees offer the opportunity for future agricultural production by generating the offsets and the removals that we know farming is going to need to be able to justify sustainable exports. We export most of our milk and meat. So if we want to keep doing that, we need to show that it's produced sustainably, and trees are the way of doing that. So I think trees and livestock can go hand in hand in the landscape, but that case needs to be made with a kind of future vision of where it all fits together.
Thanks, David. Declan? I think you're on mute there.
Apologies. Yeah, no, just looking at the questions and the sort of the gulf between sort of on the one hand, almost like the conifer broadleaf gulf that has been apparent for some time. I actually see forestry as a huge opportunity really, but it has to have a vision, and we need to know where we're going, and we need a strategy to get there, so that for all the different benefits of forestry and the reasons that we put them in the ground in the first place, almost like take a map of Ireland and look at it from the point of view of what we have, the places that we need to conserve, the other habitats that are there, and issues like hen harrier, or even designing forestry schemes for hen harrier. For example, a conservation scheme that allows harriers to forage between rows of trees rather than, you know, plantations, you know, large blocks of trees. You know, we need to find solutions to the problems that are there, rather than, I suppose, you know, pointing fingers, and also, you know, really marginalizing people, because at the moment, forestry is a very small, it's very small in the minds of most people. There's all of us here who are engaged in it, but in general, when you're out on the ground, a lot of people don't know much about forestry at all. We've lost our forest culture, and it's competing at the moment with other policies. So on a policy level, for example, if you don't clear the scrub woodland on your land, you're going to lose your single farm payment on it. It's absurd when you can be using that woodland that is developing there to address some of the benefits that we see as important in terms of climate mitigation and biodiversity. Also, the other thing is that we have a lot of benefits that go together. So when you plant land for carbon, say with native woodland, you're also addressing recreation and biodiversity. I agree that it's not one size fits all, and one view of forestry is right and another is completely wrong. But we do need, rather than, and we are doing this for years in Ireland, is putting sticking plasters all over the place without actually looking forward with a vision to see where we want to go.
Well said, Declan. I know that's a pretty good note to maybe think about starting.
We have questions from the audience, but some of the audience want to speak themselves. I mean, will we let them on, or with their microphones open, or do we keep them confined to typing in questions and answers? I'm looking at Kevin Keary there, who says he wants to make observations. Or have we got the technology to do this?
Well, we've got 10 minutes left, so I guess it's the timing issue. Donald, do you want to give us a steer on that?
No, I don't think we can, but I think I'm looking at a lot of the written questions here, and I think maybe Éanna and Matt, you might pick up on a few of them.
Yeah.
There's some really good ones in there. Have you got a few?
Yeah, well, you tell me which one do you, I mean, you've been reading these now. What one are you speaking of?
Yeah, one from Joe Goran. Would Elaine recommend land use zoning of areas suitable for protected forests, that is forest woodlands whose primary function is a protection of aquatic and other habitats and species?
Yeah, I can answer that. Thanks, Joe. I think Joe's suggestion is really good. But if we went down that pathway, we need to make sure that it's grant aided. As I said in my presentation, you know, we need to look at these types of plantation, not just for their productivity, but for their ecosystem services. And also you do, although I very much would like to see a land use plan, at the same time, there will still need to be site visits. So you would need, and particularly in these sensitive areas, you'd still need to go and make sure that what the model is telling you is actually accurate at the site level. So yes, I'd like to see it, but with, you know, proceed with caution, particularly in sensitive areas.
I would like to ask John Redmond, actually. He had a presentation on how much land we have and how much land was possible to be planted and what was happening here and there. But he didn't do the final sum. At least I might have blinked and missed it. How much land is available for us to still plant in Ireland, taking away all the constraints that you put in with all the things that we can't plant on? How much can we plant on? How much land have we got? Are these aims of so many thousand hectares per year viable? I mean, when will we run out of land to our forest? You didn't give us the final sums, and maybe you can.
Yeah, I think that was Niall Farley's presentation, Éanna, so I might defer to Niall on that one.
Sorry,
Niall, I think it was Niall, yeah.
Land availability.
Yeah. Sorry, Niall, it's you then, yeah.
Yeah, very, very observant question, and one which I can't answer. Frankly, look, that's a policy decision. You know, we can give the statistics about the land available, The one thing I would say though is, and a couple of comments, is the land base is declining, you know, regionally, and it's declining for a number of aspects owing to development. It's declined since the original survey we did. So, you know, there really is the multiple conflicting land uses now, and farmers will make their own decisions what land use they want to choose based obviously on what they like and maybe financial returns. What Marina was suggesting, what we are looking at is a lot of pasture land across the country, and whether farmers decide to avail of a scheme remains to be seen if it's attractive to them. The other thing I would suggest as well, and it's kind of been missed by the conference here, is that we all assume that we can plant the same range of trees we did in the past. But that's not a given. There's huge uncertainties with climate change. We don't get our act in gear, we won't be planting trees of the past because it won't be suitable for growing in the future climate of 100, 120 years. So, you know, what we've understood in the past about forestry may not be the way of the future.
Good point. There's a
So
question.
he still doesn't give me the final answer. I've spoken like a true politician.
Donal Whelan has a question here addressed to David. Can you suggest what policy measures could be implemented in Ireland within the agricultural and forestry sectors to plant trees on the scale his research shows is required?
I saw that question and I hope you weren't going to ask it, but I mean, it is difficult. It's a big challenge to get from where we are now, a 10-fold increase in planting. But I mean, we've got revisions of the CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy. I think it's very important that we don't use the Common Agricultural Policy to support marginal livestock farming that farmers don't make much money out of, and that needs to be redirected towards carbon farming. I think that's something that's very important to reduce emissions and to get carbon sequestration going. There's a big emerging market in voluntary carbon offsets, which was alluded to this morning, and there's no reason that that can't be exploited by farmers. And as Minister Hackett said, those carbon credits might be paid for by the private sector, but they still get counted in the national inventory, so there's still a benefit for our national climate targets. Essentially, what we're talking about is trying to avoid large future fines or reputational damage from exceeding our climate targets. And I think there's a rationale there to bring forward some of those future benefits of very expensive carbon exceedances in the future when carbon's valued at 200, 250 euros a tonne. Bring forward some of those benefits now by increasing the subsidies given to farmers to implement some of these things. And finally, I think we need to develop a confidence in the industry that there is a vision for the future and that there's a plan for utilization of wood, for example, in the future. We've got decades now to develop further bio-based industries that can utilize the large amount of wood that could be made available in the future if we're very ambitious with our forest planting. So those are the 4 things that came to my mind.
Okay. Aidan, I just might add, there's a question by John Isaacs there.
Yeah, I was looking at, yeah.
Which I think is very interesting because and I think it might be best addressed to Brendan Lacey and John Desmond, because it's dealing with the building issue. You know, recently found out about the ply scrapers popping up in cities around the world to meet carbon goals. As our timber quality is very high, I imagine there will be a demand for it in these projects. However, does Ireland have the sawmills or facilities to produce these specific timber materials, or will we have to export them abroad to be manufactured elsewhere, losing out on possible high-skilled jobs? Now, just maybe to add to that question for Brendan and John, like if there was a massively increased ambition to build homes from wood in Ireland, how do you see the industry responding to that to get to a point where as much of that as possible could be built from Irish-grown timber?
Maybe I'll just make a quick comment. First of all, I suppose the sawmills in Ireland are working flat out, really. They're processing everything they can. They have a market for everything they can, but a significant proportion of that is going into the UK. So, you know, there is huge potential. If you know, the mills have the potential to expand, because we didn't have any presentation there on the National Forest Inventory and how that's in terms of yield or future yield that's coming through. But there's significant growth in the yield from current productive forests, and that will be steadily increasing over the next number of years. So it's a question of investment being required in the sawmilling sector to deliver and process things like enhanced development of drying facilities, you know, producing the quality and grade of timber that John Desmond is looking for in his facilities. So it's really down to investment in the processing sector on that side.
But surely we have a problem with the licensing, or getting felling licenses to keep the sawmills going. I mean, nobody has mentioned a delay in that since the 2014 Forestry Act, where we've actually got to apply for everything, for permission to fell, permission to plant, and appeals are slowing up the whole process, making it unworkable essentially. Nobody has mentioned that at all. And that's perhaps the elephant in the room.
I suppose from a grower's perspective, for us, yeah, it's a big issue. And maybe not so much for us because we've kind of an organized management structure, but for individual farmers, it's a nightmare. And in many cases, these are the unintended consequences of either policy or legislative changes. So particularly if a farmer planted his forest 20 years ago, he thought he was entering into a certain type of a product and a certain type of market. And the rug has been pulled out from under them now because of new procedures, a change in policy, and they find it's almost impossible to actually work their forest. As you say, they have to apply to a license to plant in the first place. Then they have to apply, they have to get a license to how they manage it. They have to get a license to thin it. They have to get a license to fell the trees. And then there are conditions being imposed on them in the reforestation stage. So it's become so embroiled in administrative processes that's why you saw the chart there that John Redmond had. You know, the decline in planting is you can see it steeply falling from 2017 when the new Forestry Act was implemented. And maybe policymakers need to look at unintended consequences.
Can we not get it reformed? Do we have to keep saying, well, that's the way it is now, we have to put up with it? I mean, we don't have to put up with it, do we?
That's what, excuse me, I'm just going to butt in here, but that's exactly what Project Woodland is doing. So the appeals backlog has been dealt with. So you mentioned about the appeals. The harvesting licenses is doing well. We've still got a big problem with A4, and that's what we need to focus on. I'm saying you need to sort of focus on now. But in terms of where we've come in the last 8 months, a lot of the issues on the harvesting licenses and on the appeals, there has been really good progress on that, but we need to do more on the private sector felling that's coming through now, but also the private sector forestation. That's absolutely where the focus needs to move.
So we might, I think there's a message there about communications from Project Woodland as well. If Ada doesn't know that, so we can pick up on that. I think Donal will just hand over to you maybe for the last word and to bring the conference to a close.
Actually, you raised initially just before you began session 2, Matt, about our housing strategy in Ireland, housing plan, and very little mention of wood. And there are a number of reasons for that. And perhaps maybe could you throw that one to John Desmond if he's still in the room? Because, I mean, we cannot, for example, go beyond 3 stories in wood in Ireland, whereas already in Vienna, Norway, they're going over 80 meters in cross-laminated timber. Maybe that's something, is John still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, Donal. Yeah, thanks. John? There's 2 parts to that question, and going back to the original question, somebody mentioned ply scrapers. I think what they're referring to there is a product called CLT, cross-laminated timber. It isn't a product that consumes exceptionally high-graded timber. It's actually a means of using possibly lower-graded timber where it's timber is laid out and it forms a mesh, a little bit like complicated plywood. But when the whole thing is put together and glued, it forms a very, very strong structure. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, that's looked upon as a sustainable alternative to mass concrete. And that's where the multi-story skyscrapers that you're referring to, Donal, are coming from. I know in an Irish context that there is some work being done on this in NUIG. The product isn't being produced in Ireland at the moment, but it's one of many products I think that is there as an alternative for us. I suppose from my point of view as a wood consumer, and somebody mentioned elephants in the room, the big concern that we have is the amount of wood available to us. In light of, I suppose, largely as a result of COVID, but just to show how fragile the supply lines are and the kind of margin of difference between supply of material and availability of material, we saw, as a result of COVID and destocking, availability of timber became a real challenge for a lot of timber consumers this year, and as a result, prices skyrocketed. So just looking at timber and Irish sawmills, they have lots of alternatives. There is no question of there being a shortage of outlets for Irish timber. I was trying to kind of shoehorn them to look more closely at CLS. But given the quality of what's, as I mentioned earlier, of what's coming from Irish mills now, I think, you know, as I suppose as an industry, we can be very optimistic about our product. And, you know, we've tended to have maybe a slight inferiority complex about native timber when compared to Scandinavian timber. But the quality, for the most part, the quality of what's coming from Irish mills now is exceptional. I think, Donal, you mentioned the question of the use of national policy and the use of wood in building. We are definitely seeing, I suppose, in the background, the whole issue of embodied energy on the one hand being discussed at DOE level, and on the other side, when you listen to politicians talking about the housing crisis, offsite construction and timber frame by far is the largest player in the offsite construction space. Offsite construction is very much seen as one of the solutions to that crisis. So it's very much a positive story.
Very good. Donal, over to you then, maybe to bring it to the close.
Listen, I certainly would like to thank all the contributors, and just before we conclude, just to people behind the scenes as well, Pat O'Sullivan, Technical Director of the Society of Irish Foresters. And I'd really like to special thanks to Therese O'Brien of the Irish Bioenergy Association, who's done Trojan work in organising this webinar, as she has done a number of webinars for the Society of Irish Foresters. If you look at today's, there are 12 speakers in all. And one of the reasons we opted for this is, if you look at this publication here, it was called The Right Trees in the Right Places, and it was a conference in 1990. It didn't tag on the right reasons at that stage, but actually I remember writing a speech with I was in Quilts at the time. I'd come from the forest into communications for my sins, and I was sitting down with Martin Lowry, who was the chief executive of Quilts at the time, and our particular topic was forestry's part in rural development. And I'm looking at one sentence here from Martin when forestry was accused just of being an alternative enterprise. And he said, the term alternative enterprise, which is often used in relation to forestry, conveys an image of a marginal activity which should be tolerated in the absence of anything better. This seriously underrates the value of forestry as the engine for development in many rural communities. So that particular conference took 3 days. We had 14 speakers, and that'll tell you what Teresa was up against today in trying to shoehorn in 12 speakers over, I think, 3.5 hours. So I would like to thank Teresa, and I'd also like to thank Matt and Aina for really keeping us on time and for nudging the various speakers to keep within more or less the 15 to 20 minutes allocated. And as I've had emails with a lot of all the presenters, I'd really like to thank all of you for your patience here and for the amount of effort. I've been looking at these over the last few days as they've poured in, and really there's been a tremendous amount of effort put into this. So serious, I'd like to thank John Redmond for opening it, and Niall Farley. I know, Niall, the figure is still out there, but I'm sure you'll get to it. Stuart Goodall has given us talks before, and we really look, I suppose, with some degree of envy at what's been happening in Scotland. Really, it's gone back to Joe's time. Also like to thank Marina, Padraig Fogarty, and Declan Little. And then in the second half, really appreciate the input from Elaine McGough, Brendan Lacey, John Desmond, Dave Stiles, and thanks, Joe, for rounding it all off and making comments as well. So on the previous speakers, I'd also like to thank the rapporteurs, Gerhard Gallagher, Eugene Griffin, and Des O'Toole. By the way, we will be producing a report in today's proceedings and putting all the presentations, PowerPoints, up online. We'll reduce these to PDFs. They will be on Google's Society of Irish Foresters. You can also Google wood.ie, which is the Wood Marketing Federation website, but give us until next week to get everything up, and then probably another couple of weeks before we do a definitive report on the conference. Those in attendance at today's conference might be interested to know just a few things as well. The Irish Timber Growers Association, in association with the Irish Farmers Journal, is organising 4 free webinars in November, beginning on Thursday the 4th. And these will cover topics such as forest protection, recreation, forest food, and forest certification. So just Google forestry.ie for further information on that. So thanks again for all of you who supported the conference. And I pay special thanks to the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine. And before you click the leave button, one more opportunity to watch the Forest Industries Ireland video, which is really all about their particular CPD series on convincing Irish architects, policymakers, engineers, and designers to use homegrown timber. So with that, I'd like to thank you all, and you can hang on just for a minute or two and watch that video again if you like. By the way, also, we had at one stage 248 participants at this conference, and right up until about a couple of questions ago, we were still at 230. People are now logging out. It's down to 175, but I'd really like to thank all the participants. So thank you very much. And hopefully we'll meet you next year when we'll be back in Enfield Hotel for the next conference. Topic to be discussed. Thank you all very much.
Right, okay, gone.